What's the matter?
Nothing. I'm not crying. I just have something in my eyes. Hello, chat.
Oh, goodness. Don't cry. Listen, you're not the one living with someone with...
Well, I've been coughing all day this morning, so I'm not feeling pretty. I'm not feeling pretty confident.
Well, then take a test. Don't listen. I didn't know.
Yeah, I know. I'll take one later. I mean, it's not gonna. It's been like, you know, it's only been like.
I'm negative.
I only saw you 12 hours ago, so.
And I'm also negative, so like.
Hello, everybody.
Possibility you didn't catch it from me.
Yeah, I
mean... Do they know what we're talking about?
No, I haven't been able to do anything yet. Hello.
Okay, they're probably confused.
Hold on, I have to turn Hunter's volume up. I'm not sure what that's going to do with everything else, but you know what? Like, the stream is just, it's scuffed today. We have to accept it. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, guys. Hello. Are you all okay? So, yeah. So, Hunter's dad has COVID. I was gonna say probably. I was like, there's no probably. Hunter's dad has COVID.
No, it was a positive test.
Yeah.
I'm fine. No one else in the household has it.
Yeah, so Hunter's fine, but like, I'm not fine mentally.
Oh my...
I'm not fine mentally with the situation. So anyway, so this is what we're doing. Is the thumbnail correct? I don't know, is it? Hold on. I did change it. Episode 7? Is it not? Are we not on episode 7? Am I crazy?
Episode 7, yeah. That's the episode we're on.
Yeah, then maybe you guys just should refresh if the thumbnail is showing the wrong one. Because it should be. So yeah, Hunter's dad has COVID again. So...
It's not like he caught it going out to the bar.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that with judgment. I'm saying that with, like, that shit's crazy. Like, because I don't even know anyone that's gotten it twice. You know what I mean? So, like,
no.
It's shit's fucked. That's like shit's fucked, boys. You know what I'm saying?
My sister has it for a second time as well.
Yeah.
Which isn't ideal.
So that's
But, like, my sister works in a hospital, my dad had to go to one. So, like, it is how it is, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not judging. I'm like, that shit's fucked, man.
Now I'm just avoiding my father in my room.
So yeah, Hunter and I are just gonna stay away from each other.
Like 5 more days.
Until,
like a week.
Like Saturday.
You know? Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we didn't really have side videos to do anyway, because we already made our Neo prediction, luckily, and there's not really any more side videos other than RWBY runs into Neo. Again, like, rewriting the prediction we made on Friday, so...
Yeah.
So really... But yeah, can you guys tell me, like, how well can you hear Hunter in comparison to me? And also, like, is the music...
How do I look?
Like, is the music kind of... For some reason, I can't make Hunter full screen. I don't know why. So, like, I don't know if somebody can tell me how... I may try. Hold on. I may attempt.
Okay.
Because I'm sure that there's a way, because I don't remember this happening.
I feel like now people are getting like a Hunter room tour, and they haven't had that previously.
Well...
Other than, we did do that Code Geass video, but you can see, because I've propped my iPad that I'm recording on a bunch of books, so you can actually like get a better look of my surroundings now.
Is it?
Oh, I see. I saw 2 of me for a moment there.
Oh, well, you can see that. They can't
yeah.
see. Oopsie, that's our message history. Don't want to look in there.
I mean, there's nothing scandalous going on in our messages.
Yeah. I know. I don't know what's been in our messages, so... Hunter's mic is peaking a little. I can't do anything about that. Yeah. Hunter sounds muffled. Yeah, I mean, Hunter is at home. Like, Hunter doesn't have any shit at home. Like...
I do not.
Like, Hunter doesn't have... like, anything. So there's really, I can't really do anything about that. Like, Hunter doesn't have any recording software or like a microphone. Like, Hunter's setup was not optimized for this. So as long as you can hear her, and even if it's bad, as long as you can hear her, the goal is hearing her and that she doesn't sound too loud in comparison to me. That's all we can really do today.
The only other option is if we somehow record it in your backyard.
Yeah. I guess, if the weather gets nicer.
I mean, the weather's not really ideal.
Yeah.
It is a little chilly.
But
that might actually require us to do one of these reaction analysis things in under an hour if we were both freezing outside.
But yeah, the goal is that we do it. The goal is not that it's good. So
Oh, put that on
I guess I could have like left my blue Yeti outside and you could have taken it. But yeah.
I mean, we could do that.
Maybe try not holding the mic up. Okay, so
Okay, you said it was better.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what happened. So the chat is saying to put that shit down.
Okay, well, that's easier for my purposes.
Yeah. So just don't hold it anymore. Like, don't hold it. I don't mean down like in the sound setting. I mean just put it down.
Okay, yeah, I know. I put it down.
I know. I can't see you, so...
Oh, okay.
I can only see you in the stream. Oh no, the coughing is back? Yeah, I know. I don't know if it's all in my head or whatever.
Well, that's the thing, because I was like, oh my god, am I having like a stuffy nose? I wasn't. It's just because I opened all the windows in the house.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like, no, like, if you think you're gonna get sick, you start, like, feeling... It's like that episode of Total Drama Action, to bring up a totally relevant media reference that's a decade old. It's like the second you think you're sick, you start coming up with things. But, like, yeah, take a test, you probably will be negative, because I'm negative, and we'll be fine.
All right. So I have a lot of stuff going on my screen today. If you guys see something you're not supposed to, we're just gonna pretend that it didn't happen, because, like, I have so many windows open right now, I can't even see Hunter. I have 2 monitors, but I only have 2 monitors, right? So if you guys see, you know, I don't know.
And go to our Patreon to help us afford a 3rd one.
A 3rd monitor? Another monitor?
A 3rd one.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but, like, also... Maybe a 3rd monitor would be fun.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know where I'd put it because there's no more space in here, but...
You need, like, a 3rd monitor, like, little attachment thingy.
But yeah, if you guys see, like, Fox and Neo smut, no, you didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys see something on my computer you're not supposed to, like the weather or something, and, like, you can narrow down my location, no, you didn't. So, anyway... So should we just get into it now? I don't think I have anything else to say other than I did post new art on Twitter. You guys should check it out. It's not Fox and Neo art. It's just something I drew. You should go see it. But that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have anything else to offer in this moment.
No. Okay. All right.
Other than I have a ukulele on my desk.
Don't do that.
And I'm trying really hard to not.
You should try
harder.
During
the middle of it. For 2 reasons. 1, I'm not very good at it. And 2, normally, that's what's going to kill me about this, is that normally I'm only a little distracted.
Yeah.
Because you kind of set up you like Hunter-proofed your recording studio.
I actually, yesterday, when Hunter was coming over, I took out all the fidget cubes, I moved the lighter from the candle, because I had a lighter near one of the candles I was using, had to take that out. Have to Hunter-proof the room.
But I have not Hunter-proofed this room.
Yeah, I know.
I will tell you that much.
Damn. Oh,
which is why...
I should just get my mom down here. She doesn't know what's going on, but that's okay.
That's not good. I'm going to put it behind me so it's out of reach.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just try to explain this episode of RWBY to
my
Nancy.
Mom.
You know?
Yeah, I know,
to your mother.
All right. Let me put my phone away. Okay. So this episode started with a bird. Why aren't the screenshots moving? Oh, they are. They're just, I took a lot.
What's a paper crane? I love that so much.
Hunter can't play the ukulele. Like, she has it, but she can't play it.
I know, like...
Also, Hunter, you should open the chat on your end, so maybe you can also help me manage the chat. Since you're over there.
Sure. I can... my strumming ability is really crap. Because my arms are too big, so I have to strum with the back
Your
of my
arms
knuckles.
are too big?
Yes, they're too big.
Okay.
Because normally you're meant to strum like this, but it's awkward because of because I can't get a good grasp on it.
Are you still thinking about having your mom react to RWBY? Yeah, if I do that, it'll probably be during the hiatus. Just because it'll be the hiatus and maybe you guys would enjoy that and pledge to the Patreon for that still. But yeah, I'm definitely it's definitely something I would like to do, and we have hit the necessary... So here's the thing. Patreon, for some reason, is taking away goals. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there used to be a bar that showed you, like, for $200, we'll make 3 videos. For $900, we will keep doing the podcast. Like, there were certain goals, and Patreon axed that for some reason, even though that's not logical to me. Like, they said that creators weren't making any more money by having, like, the goal tab, but I quite enjoyed, personally, the goal tab, so I'm a little sad that they took it away for seemingly no reason. And so I think my mom reacting to RWBY was at a certain goal, and we hit that goal because of all the pledges for this RWBY episode, which is up on Patreon as well if you want to see it early. And a lot of people have pledged, and I appreciate it. But yeah, and so I don't know why Patreon's doing that, but it makes me sad because I liked the goal tab. But anyway, I'll keep track of the goals some other way, because we have like a lot of goals on there. Like we have like D&D goal, we have like Star Wars, like reacting to Star Wars goal. Like there's a lot of like goals, and I need to fix it, I guess.
Reacting to Star Wars is a goal?
Yeah, like at like I don't know what goal it is, but like I made like little like
that would be me, like
at the $2,000 goal. We would like watch every Marvel movie. Not you. I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, you would. Okay, yeah. Yeah. That makes more sense.
But yeah, the goal tab is gone, and it's sad. So I'll have to do something else.
Getting your mom to react to all the RWBY episodes would be very funny.
I know, and it's double dipping because like we already reacted to this.
Yeah, and you can do it again. It's a great idea.
Anyway, when I saw this fire, I was like, guys, it's time.
Neo
was going to burn down the house. But yeah, so she didn't. But then I saw the stick and I was like, oh no, they're lighting up like this. Like they're lighting up the thing. I haven't seen any Star Wars movies, guys. That's why I was saying, like, that would be the big $2,000 goal, to watch all the Star Wars movies. Because I know that there's a lot they would be a bitch to edit, but it would be worth it for whatever goal they were on the Patreon. No, I haven't watched anything.
There are, like, 9 Star Wars movies, and, like...
is that there's a man, and...
5 of them are good.
And then there's a woman, and they're in love, but then they're siblings, and so I don't know what they did about that. That's all I know from Star Wars.
That's true.
And Darth Vader, obviously. But yeah.
Chewbacca, any familiar? How is your mother such a Star Wars fan? The fact that she has never forced you to watch it is remarkable.
Well, I keep telling her that she can't force me to watch it because we may need to react to it someday. So, you know.
I see.
But yeah,
that's just going to be your excuse in perpetuity.
So let's talk about this. So RWBY is lying on the mat by herself, which makes sense. First of all, they all couldn't have fit on that bed. I think that they should have done... I think it would have been funny if everybody was on Team RWBY, like, on the bed with Jaune. Like, you know what I mean?
Everyone's cuddling.
I wonder if they didn't want to, like, deal with people making that weird or something. Because, like, Jaune's bed is definitely big enough for all 5 of them to lie on.
I mean, it'd be a little uncomfortable.
It would be, also, but like more uncomfortable than the floor. And Jaune's sleeping in his armor, by the way. This man is always ready.
I mean, they're all sleeping in their clothing, but it's like they're also everything's made of paper. So those are like made of paper.
Yeah, the mats on the floor. They're not even mattresses. That's what I'm saying. Like
they would suck. So they're also probably made of they could be corrugated cardboard.
So they should have just had Jaune they should have had all of Team RWBY on the bed and then Jaune sleep on the floor. I did see the art of that. I did. But
we did have Yang and Blake cuddling, which was perfect.
I mean, it doesn't even need to be cuddling. It doesn't even need to be like weird. It can just be platonic. Like even though Jaune's an adult, it doesn't need to be weird. Like haven't you ever been on vacation and you've been like I don't know, you've been in a situation where you've had to like share a bed with your family members? Like it's the same. Like it doesn't matter. It's not weird. You know?
Well, except that Yang and White are sleeping with a couple. Technically,
you know what I mean, though, right? They should have all been on the bed. Anyway,
my baby's also Yang snores in her sleep, which I think is great.
I was just gonna say that I love the fact that, like, we have Yang snoring confirmation. Yang snores like Arnold, all right? Arnold will tell you he doesn't snore. I have Arnold on tape. I have Arnold on recording. Arnold snores. No matter what he tells you, so...
Some Arnold ASMR sounding like a bear.
I have a sleep app, right? That records when I talk in my sleep.
Yes, and you say creepy shit in your sleep.
Actually, why don't I'll pull it out right now. Not Arnold snoring, just the sleep app, because I had some
Another
sleep
good
talking
one
last night. Or was it the night before? Let's listen. Hold on. I think this is it.
Well, they can't. Well, I mean, they can't do anything anymore because.
Did you hear that?
No, there's no way.
Yeah.
That's you sleepwalking?
Yeah.
That's whole sentences.
They can't do anything anymore because.
What did it mean?
sound so defeatist.
They can't do anything anymore. What was it? Was it about Neo?
Are you okay? That sounds so sad.
Hold on, this was Tuesday. That's just me, like, whining. Like, that's just me whining about something, I guess. But yeah, and so...
Because you're dreaming of Fox, and whatever you would do with Fox, that would make you whine.
That was, like, crying. It categorizes it as baby crying. Oh, this is maybe sleep talking. Hold on. No, that's just me. It's hard to tell because, like, they're not labeled or anything. She was speaking like she was awake. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? It literally all the time it happens. I have more, like, I've posted more on Twitter, but
I love when you post those because they're so creepy.
Some of them may have gotten yeeted because, like, they were just old or whatever. Like, so some of them may not be there anymore.
Do you have that Twitter client that gets rid of your old tweets?
No, I don't.
Oh.
But I'm saying in the sleep app, like the sleep app saves
that
them
makes sense.
and records them. Anyway, so I don't have
you can be able to
snoring.
favorite your sleeping noises.
I do. Fun. I think I can. I just haven't. I should have.
That's amusing.
I should have. I should have favorited. Yeah, but yeah, the app tells you when you've been sleep talking. Sometimes it misinterprets it, like as like baby noises, like baby crying. But anyway, hold on.
That's so funny.
I'm trying to find, like, another coherent, because they are, like, it's actually, like, legitly coherent talking. Like, it's not just, like, you know, mumbling. It's, like, talking in my sleep.
It's so creepy, especially because it's like there's nothing I can do about it. Like, what dream are you having?
I don't know. Okay, I think so here's another one, because there's something else. Oh.
Oh, he did when we cook him.
I don't know what that was. I think...
I hate to go cocoon there. I don't know what you said.
I think it said, like, he's definitely cooking or something.
Oh,
like,
no.
Let him cook. He's definitely cooking. I don't know.
Oh, my
Like, you know what I mean? Let him cook. Anyway, these are the things that I do to entertain myself. I wake up and I listen to whatever I was talking about the night before.
Now we know what you do first thing in the morning.
I know. I listen. I'm like, ooh, what's going on? Oh, wait. Is the chat still talking? Has the chat been talking this whole time? It's not refreshing.
Oh, jeez. I'm charging my phone, so I'm gonna grab it and see if I can, like, look at the stream.
All right, hold on. I may have to fix this. Anyway, I love how 100 people are just sitting here listening to my, like, sleep app noises instead of us talking about the episode. Why did I think about this? Anyway, it was because Yang snores. That was the point. So when Arnold was here...
Oh, no.
Even when he slept in a different room, the sleep app would record him snoring. Like, that's how bad it was. It doesn't matter. Like, it never mattered. Even if he was, like, because, like, there's my room and there's the guest room. Even when he slept in the guest room, the snoring still happened. So anyway.
That's regrettable.
I know. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
are you guys okay, chat? Now. Are you guys good? Are you guys okay? But yeah, it's called Sleep Cycle. That's the app. But yeah, so Yang snores. That made me very happy. Like, I really liked to know that Yang canonly snores like an old man in RWBY. Anyway. And so, yeah, so Ruby's awake. I was more interested in that than the episode. Well, there's a thread on Twitter. If you look up, like, if you probably look up Calxiyn and then sleep, you'll probably find the other ones. There were some, like, I don't know what to do anymore. Like, there were some like that. Like, just a fully coherent, like, sentence. Anyway.
That's amusing. I also hate that they're all just in their clothing.
Well,
it's like, are you
what
like
would they
Team
do?
Ruby? Are you? I don't know. Like, get the paper pleasers to make you a little paper.
Okay, well, models
pajamas
are
or whatever.
expensive or whatever. Like, clothes are expensive, apparently.
I know that, but they already have their. I guess they never have the pajama Ruby.
No,
in Maya.
they didn't update the pajamas. See,
That's upsetting.
weird. Because, like, early RWBY had so many outfits. If outfits cost a lot of money now, is it because of the software? Or is it just because, like, I don't know, was Monty just doing whatever the fuck he wanted and, like, nobody cared about, like, the money? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is there...
He was the outfit machine at the time.
Yeah, like, I sort of wonder about that because there were pajamas, there were alternative outfits, there were the dance outfits, like, there were so many fucking clothes, right? So, like, you know, I'm just
Linda
wondering.
herself had, like, 15 different outfits in that, in, like, the first 4 seasons.
So my question is, why are they more expensive now? Is it the animation?
It's outfit inflation, I suppose, or the Maya engine. Outfit.
But yeah, I mean,
outflation.
That would be a question probably for, like, I don't know if Aaron would know that, but yeah,
I wouldn't know if Aaron would know that.
But
either.
Jaune must stink. Like, Jaune, he must smell. He's been wearing his armor to bed, and, like, I don't know when he has time to wash his clothes, but, like...
Well, imagine what his bed... The reason why Team RWBY didn't want to sleep in that bed is that imagine, like all that rust and crap would get into the mattress.
Guess. But yeah,
like, you know that the paper pleasers would keep things nice and clean, but oh my god, like...
I mean, I don't think making clothes... Like, it doesn't need to be clothes. It could have been, like, you know, nightgowns or something. Like, it could have been dresses. Like, it doesn't need to be, like... You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
And so, like, it could be... They could have made, like, pajamas that intentionally looked a little too big for everyone, as if the paper pleasers had made them if they really wanted. But yeah, like, I get it. I get why they don't have sleepwear. It's just funny, because I'm like, they must smell. You know? Like, they just, like, I know, we don't talk about it, but they must smell very bad.
They're sleeping in their bras. That's the part I really like. Did they bring changes of underwear? Probably
honestly,
not.
I wouldn't, hold on. Can I look at everybody's outfit? I guess Yang must wear a bra because...
They, like, must, because, like...
I don't think any of them are. Honestly, they could all be braless. For all I care. I don't know.
No one wears bras in RWBY?
No. I don't know.
I see. I support that theory.
Anyway, it's weird that, like, RWBY has a face here, but nothing is happening. So I guess she's just thinking sad thoughts. Is kind
and
of...
staring. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I guess...
Sitting there getting real traumatized.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's just... I like that they're showing she's thinking, though, because nothing is happening yet. She's just awake and her eyebrows go sad. So maybe she woke up. And she's realizing that she is waking up again. This is also me when I wake up, you know? Like, this is me when I wake up in the morning and I realize that I'm awake again and that I have to live and go through life another day. This is also the face that I make.
You see, Kayla, that's depression.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, I posted something kind of unhinged on Twitter last night, and somebody messaged me about it because they were worried. And it was that, like, that sometimes, because I have my dyed hair, I'll just pretend I'm Neo in the sense that, like, I'll, like, oh, you know, I don't feel like brushing my teeth, but I should brush my teeth for Neo. Like, not for Neo as, like, the fictional character, but as if I am brushing Neo's teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am the Tamagotchi. Like, I am a Tamagotchi that takes care of the Neo. You know, and so somebody messaged me last night, and they were like, are you okay?
I mean...
But you guys don't ever do that? You guys don't ever pretend that you're a sim and that you have to take care of yourself because you're a sim or that somebody else is taking care of you? You know what I mean?
That whole treat yourself like a Tamagotchi thing is a very helpful piece of advice. I mean,
I think it's helpful. But somebody was like, Cal, you shouldn't be doing things to please Neo. And I was like, no, you don't understand. It's not to please Neo. It's like to do things
I'm pretending that I am Neo.
Like, you know.
Which is a totally normal thing
to do. Like, I was like, oh, like, I should make breakfast this morning, but I don't really feel like cooking for myself. And then I was like, actually, no, I will cook. I will cook for Neo, right? So, I think it makes sense To me, anyway.
Okay.
Like, I made bacon this morning, and I was like, because Neo deserves bacon. Anyway. That has never crossed my mind. I guess you guys are just more adjusted than me. I don't know.
I don't think, one, I've done versions of that to myself, too. You cook bacon? I don't think I've ever seen you cook bacon yourself before.
Yeah, I've been cooking my own bacon. Anyway,
oh,
I guess
wow.
what Ruby is
I'm
looking
so
at...
proud of you.
I guess what Ruby is looking at is the scythe that she woke up and she saw,
yes.
or she hasn't slept and she's just looking at the scythe very sadly. Either way, right?
Because she's like traumatized. She doesn't want to, and we see this later in the episode, but she doesn't want to be a huntress anymore. She doesn't want to be Ruby. And also, people have pointed out, and I think we pointed out as well, just the contrast between this episode and Ruby's distance and dislike and almost distrust of Crescent Rose versus how in the past she would like cuddle it and call it her baby. It's very sad.
Something else that people mentioned too that I retweeted on Twitter, and I can't remember the handle, but it was not my idea. They said after she went to the herbalist, she lost all trust in us, like quoting Jaune, how Alex lost trust and now Ruby lost trust too. And I'm like, ooh, what a parallel, you know? I think it's nice, like a nice parallel to Alex. And like, then you wonder, like Jaune was saying Alex lost trust in them as if it was delusional, but like Ruby has lost trust in them for like a good reason. So you wonder if Alex also lost trust in them for a good reason. But yeah. But we'll talk more about that. You good, Hunter?
Yep.
I can't see Hunter, and Hunter can't see me. So if we talk over each other, we're trying not to. Like, I'm just trying to be like, okay, Hunter, it's your turn. Do you have a response? No? Okay, let's keep going.
No. But it's like also, they can't tell, but I guess, and you described it earlier that your microphone is optimized for OBS, but not for Discord. So you sound to me like you're coming in over a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, like it's bad.
Which I really enjoy.
Oh, also, I may eat, by the way, because I have a sandwich.
Oh my goodness.
But anyway, yeah, so Jaune wakes up in a panic, which is very interesting, because he's like, I overslept. I never oversleep. Yesterday, all the excitement, get your act together. You can fix it. You can always fix it, right? And so I love how everyone wakes up. Like, it's such a small detail. But
what are we doing?
I want to talk about it, right? So, like, Yang looks completely like, where am I? Like, out of it, whereas Ruby's wide awake, right? And so, like, everybody else is waking up, but not Ruby, because she was awake already. But look at Yang's face. And she,
we now know how everyone sleeps. Like, Yang's a back sleeper. Blake sleeps on her side. Yeah. I think it looks like Weiss is a back sleeper, too.
Well, look, like, Jaune almost kicked Weiss right in the face, and she has to duck and get out of the way. Which is fucked up. But yeah. And so I love how, like, Weiss is just like, are you fucking serious? But, like, she's also the one who slept near the door, so I don't know what all that was about. But yeah, I love how Juniper also, can we talk about how Juniper has, like, a whole thing of carrots?
It's a big carrot trough.
I know, I thought it was cute.
And not the cheese carrots like everyone else. Those are legitimate, just regular, but huge carrots.
Yeah, so here's what I'm wondering, by the way. Like, so we talk about the friendly carpenter, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if Jaune is actually the friendly carpenter, but the world thinks he's the rusted knight. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because it's weird that they would have this here for no reason. Right?
Well, I mean, he probably needs to use it for just regular upkeep of his house.
But I'm wondering, right? Also, there's an outhouse back here, which I think is a funny detail.
Man.
That I don't think anybody's noticed. I haven't seen anyone point it out.
The one thing I miss most about Remnant is indoor plumbing.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, Hunter, because what if there's subtext there? Like, Jaune's like, I can't even be the make-believe hero, and I'm like, it's because you're not the hero. You're the friendly carpenter. About the carpenter table. No, not about the outhouse, Hunter.
I thought you were talking about the outhouse, and like, what subtext? Because he's like, I'm not shit. That's why I go to an outhouse.
The lively carpenter? Maybe. But yeah, like...
Maybe he built that outhouse, you know?
But yeah, I'm saying, like, what if Jaune isn't supposed to be the hero? He's supposed to be the carpenter. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
Like, I just wonder... Because that could be interesting then. Like, Jaune thinks his purpose is to be a hero, but his purpose isn't to be a hero. It's to fix things and help build. And sometimes helping build means letting them go, like he has to let the paper people go, you know?
Imagine if the paper people, like, deal with his, like, I'm carrying away your feces, master! Like...
I did not hear what you just said. Try again.
Oh my goodness. I just imagined if it was like, now I'm regretting if I should say it. I'm like, did the paper pleasers make the outhouse?
Oh, like that they helped him? No, I think Jaune
yeah,
did it.
or it's like, or like, do they carry around the poop? Like,
they don't have thumbs.
Oh, that's true. And yet they make those sandwiches and poured, you know.
I guess.
I think it's like Patrick Star logic, where it's like, yeah, you have no opposable thumbs, but you can still move stuff.
Also,
you know?
it's funny that Juniper seems to be awake, as if like Juniper woke up on time, but Juniper didn't do anything to help Jaune wake up, which I thought was funny. But yeah, and so I love how Weiss is like, what was that? Like, what the fuck is going on? Right? And the town's just on fire. Also, like, I don't know, these flame effects, I know it's just fire, but they always remind me of Cinder for some reason.
No.
I love how we were so close. We were so close to Neo setting everything on fire. Like, I was right, but I was wrong.
I don't know why you're so up. Well, you weren't, though. Like, there was a fire.
No, but I was right about Neo attacking the town.
That's true.
So that's what I mean.
Not with fire.
No, not about the fire, no. But people were like, Cal, your prediction is right. Oh, look! Little banana, some peppers, carrot.
Some more carrot?
Or, purple thing? I don't know. Eggplant?
Squash.
Okay.
Eggplant, perhaps.
But yeah.
Fresh baked bread up there? Is that what that is? Or are those just one of the big carrots?
Like, I know this is random, but I just find it so interesting that, like, somebody had to, like, model that banana. Like, there had to be... Somebody made a choice that Jaune has bananas in his, like... You know what I mean? To show that he has food,
They saw the meme about his hair looking like bananas, so they decided to give him proper bananas.
But yeah, anyway, so I like Jaune's dialogue here. I overslept. I never oversleep yesterday. All the excitement, get your act together, Jaune. You can fix it. You always fix it. And I feel like we should probably talk about this more a little later, but I feel like that there's something to say about Jaune. I don't want to say it's OCD, because I don't think that that's it, even though that's what some people have been saying. But it's like there is safety in repetitive behaviors. Like, even though that Jaune has said he's trying to find a way home, I also feel like that the reason why he's so attached to this place is it's kind of with what he said, right? He's like, this is the only place where I can actually, like, save and protect everyone. But, like... He's
trying to, like... He's been so hurt, and he's seen all these people he loved die.
Yeah.
And so he almost, like... feels the need, like now he's like, oh, I can protect these people.
Yeah.
And it's not OCD, but it is obsessive.
But
like he feels the need to protect them from everything.
There's safety in doing the exact same thing every day because you know that...
What to expect.
Like, you know what to expect, and you know that... I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's a character in Waitress that has a line like that she likes her job because every single day is exactly the same. Like, she comes to work and does all the waitress stuff, and then she goes home. And she prefers that to, like, an adventurous life because she's afraid of what can go wrong. Like, she's the one who has the song about, like, he could be colorblind. How untrustworthy is that? Like, when she's talking about, like, the potential guys, like, not wanting to meet, like, guys and find love because, like, what if there's all these things wrong, you know? Exactly. Like, if you're on a schedule every day, it's almost like that grounds him. That gives him a sense of, like, fulfillment to be able to follow and stick to the same schedule. And like there's a sanity in having a schedule instead of just be left to your own devices, right? I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich, so Hunter, take us away.
No, I agree with that. Although weirdly, that's not who Jaune was through much of the show. Like, he could have had a pretty normal life, and even though he wasn't prepared for the life of a hunter or a huntsman, he went along with it anyways. Which it seems kind of anathema to this current, like, need to do the same thing every day. So I think it is less that, and it is more just like, it's like he needs to feel control because for most of his life, for really his entire, everything since Volume 3 basically has just been going out of control.
Yeah, familiar things are comforting. I think that that's true.
Yeah.
And it's also like, that, like, Jaune is being a hero in, like, the easiest sense of the word. Like, yes, the town is on fire, but, like, his actual list, like, these people...
It's like he has to help Kira with homework.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very simple heroism, right? And so I feel, or shallow, I should say. Shallow heroism. So it's almost like a
low
kid.
Stakes, kind of.
Yeah, like, it's almost like a kid that's, like, playing, like, firefighter or something, and the scenarios that they imagine are just kind of like, there's a cat stuck in a tree, like, instead of actually, like, the harsh realities of a hero, right? So, yeah, I think...
Imagine if a child was playing firefighter and they're just like, this child has an opioid overdose, and I need to administer Narcan.
I was kind of that kid, to be honest. Like, I was like, not like that, but I was the one that were like, there's like 5 people in this burning house. We need to get them out. And then, like, there's some sort of tragedy where, like, the mom won't trust the firefighters, so she runs back into the burning building. Like, that's the kind of kid that I was. But anyway, you guys are learning a lot about me during this stream. Anyway. So yeah, Jaune says, I can't wait, I'm late. Any second there's gonna be, get to town, I'll meet you there. And so Little's like, I'm never this upset when I oversleep. Can we talk about Little, by the way?
So precious.
There was, I had a brain blast. Yeah, Jaune misses Jaune misses escorting the kindergartners. Exactly. Like, he misses the simple things in life, you know?
The easy jobs.
Yeah. About Little, though. So, I had a theory in our Alex video, if you guys watched it, the one I uploaded on Friday about how they fell here. It was kind of like a side tangent, but I had a theory that Little is the door. Like, Little is going to turn into the actual door from Alice in Wonderland. And someone on Twitter, and I didn't realize this at all, but somebody on Twitter said that the doorknob in Alice in Wonderland is always tired. Like, that's the thing about the door. Like, I can't remember the movie that well, but in Kingdom Hearts, that's the first thing he says to Sora. He's like, oh, I think I need a bit more sleep. Like, and he has, like, a big yawn. So, like, we thought that Little was always tired as a reference to, like, other stuff. But, like, I feel like Little always being tired now would perfectly fit in with the doorknob thing. And, like, you know, there's the Dormouse in Alice in Wonderland. People thought, oh, he's the Dormouse. But, like, what if Little is the Dormouse? You know?
The Dormouse.
Yeah, and Jaune is infantilizing the people. Yeah, exactly. I really want to talk about that, too. But yeah, I think that Little is going to turn into the door now. Like, I'm pretty convinced of that. Again, I can't remember the door in Alice in Wonderland, but it won't be sad because, like, that's Little's purpose, was to get Ruby home.
Yeah, but Little will be gone, and
Ascension
like I'll never be able to kiss
though,
them
Hunter.
Little...
And like that.
I know that.
And like maybe.
But I'm greedy.
And maybe
the way
that
you
means
feel
the door
about
will
Neo.
always be there. Like, I don't know. Like,
the way you feel about Neo is how I feel about Little. I understand that they're probably not making it out of the volume, but I still want them to.
Yeah.
Because they're so perfect. Look at them. I just want to kiss his little belly.
And they already did the Calxiyn doors, right? So, like, it could have been, like, connected, kind of.
Maybe that might be a stretch, but...
Not connected, but, like, the reason why they did the Calxiyn doors was because they already had the idea for, like, this door. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love my baby. I love Little.
So, what did he mean by right on time? I'm sure we'll find out when we're down there. Ruby, where's your weapon? And Ruby's like, sorry, still waking up. And so I feel like that this is the first thing, right? Like, I feel like that, like, Ruby, I think... Oh, hello, Little. What are you doing, bestie? I feel like that Little, or that Ruby, sorry, has gotten, like, comfortable with not having to fight anymore to a certain extent. You know? Like, that I think that she was okay. Like, there are a couple times where she goes for Crescent Rose, like in the market scene, but I think that she had come to accept the fact that she would rather let her friends do the fighting, right? Now, or you know what it is? Let me rephrase myself. When you don't have something, it's easier to imagine what you'll do once you have it. But then sometimes when you have it, you realize that you didn't want it in the first place. So I feel like that it was easy for her to, like, go instinctually for Crescent Rose when it wasn't there, but now actually having it, she realizes that she's tired of fighting and that she doesn't want to fight anymore. And I think that's what freaked her out, was the fact that she saw her weapon and instead of being happy, she felt really, dejected.
Grandpa?
Like,
yeah,
she really thought, like, I think
believable.
that Ruby thought that, oh, after I get Crescent Rose, I'll be all right. Like, I feel like that's actually, like, what she thought in her head all of this time. Like, once I get Crescent Rose back, I'll be fine. But then she got Crescent Rose back, and the reason why she reacted so poorly to Jaune was because she realized that getting Crescent Rose back didn't actually change the way that she felt. You know? And I think that that's what happened. Like, that, I think, that is the correct answer. Like, she realized that it actually didn't change anything for her at all. It just made her more scared, and that's what freaked her out. Like, she thought that it would fix her, but instead it actually made her worse, and she's not, like, dealing with that very well. You know? I'm just making sure that the chat's okay, because for some reason it's freezing on me. But anyway.
Yeah, the chat's acted a little weird to me as well.
Yeah, and seeing Crescent Rose probably just reminded her as well of, like, how she failed and all the ways she failed.
Oh my god, when you put it... Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the whole thing. It's the not wanting to be Huntress, it's not wanting to be Ruby Road, it's setting your identity like a coat.
Yeah, exactly. And we still haven't gotten that dialogue yet. Suspicious.
I mean, we haven't gotten any of the
The trailer?
Oh, no, any of that Alex monologue.
Oh, well,
I don't think, right?
Hanging up Ruby Rose like an old coat was something the blacksmith said that we haven't seen yet. So it was either cut or we haven't seen it yet. You know?
I guess so. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's just the PTSD, though. I think it's like that she thought that this is the piece of herself that would fix her, and that it didn't.
That's a layer to it, yeah.
Yeah, like that's something. I don't know, I think and that would be a very nice parallel later if we get to Neo, that, like, Neo thinks getting revenge will fix her, but it also won't. Like, you know, it doesn't come from something external. You have to fix yourself in your heart, you know? But yeah, I like all of this, like, who makes a town out of paper? And, like, I love the little paper town. They have real fish. Now, okay, I don't want to be that person, okay?
Oh, is it Neo?
But, like, there's a pink fish,
Oh my god, that's a red fish. It's a red fish. That other fish is red.
There's a pink fish.
Oh my god.
A Roman fish.
Oh my god.
And a cinder fish.
Okay.
In the fishy.
I think you might be grasping at straws
I don't
there.
think so.
Oh.
That, Hunter, the thing on the fish looks like Cinder's tattoo.
I mean, I don't know.
It's a triangle. It's like the slipper thingy. Anyway.
Yeah, but like that, like a lot of things look like triangles.
I'm just saying, Hunter, I have never seen a pink fish before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I have seen koi fish that look like this, but I have not seen a fluorescent pink fish in my life.
I'm sure they exist. I'm sure there are like beta fish or fancy koi fish that are
you have to admit, Hunter, that's like kind of on the unnatural.
I don't have to admit shit.
Salmon? No, not salmon. That is Barbie pink, you guys. I have never seen a Barbie pink. If you guys can send me a Barbie pink fish on Twitter, I'll believe you. But like, I'm just saying, I'm
tempted to look through my phone for pink fish.
I wonder if it's like a metaphor, because like the town obviously falls, and then like the fall of Beacon, it's like the same. Anyway, I'm just saying.
Sometimes a fish is just a fish.
I'm just saying, maybe it was like supposed to represent something, like it's the fall of Beacon all over again, but instead the town floods. You know? Maybe I'll look for an emerald and mercury fish later, because I do think there are more.
Sure, boss. Whatever you say.
Who makes a whole town out of paper? And I love this little guy. Like, they're all just so cute. I love Weiss is just like...
What is that little starfish?
I love everybody. I know we've talked about this before, but I just think everyone's facial expressions this volume are just so, like, chef's kiss. Even, like, I don't know if this is like intended, but like even one of Blake's ears looks a little like different
Little
than the other
cockeye.
one. Like a little like right there. But yeah.
I love how they're able to make these little star people emote so well.
Yeah,
just
I
with how they
agree.
move and bounce around, and it's for how little, like for how simple their design are, they can really emote, which I enjoy. And they're so cute.
The
They're so
town
cute.
flooding is an Atlas parallel. Okay.
That
Well,
makes
then the
sense.
fish
Atlas
is
did
Neo.
flood.
And then the other fish is Cinder, and then the orange fish is someone else.
What?
I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Not Ironwood. Unless there's a white fish. Also, as a friend gave me this gift when I was maybe in high school, and it was little because she would make them in class when we were, not paying attention. And it's little origami stars, just like the people pleasers, or the paper pleasers. So now I just have a jar of paper pleasers on my desk,
Oh, that's cute.
which is kind of nice.
But yes, how may we serve you? And I like how Ruby's like, serve us? Your whole town is on, like, well, White says your whole town is on fire. And they're like, no, we're fine. I love Ruby's face. Oh, man, they're so funny. And they're like, oh, no, we have our hero, right? And then Jaune, like, does this, I guess.
The filthiest firefighter
Wait,
this side of the ever
that
after.
star changed.
What?
Look,
Oh yeah, it
was
did.
that intentional?
Yeah, and now it has the design.
That star changed and, oh no, that one's still there,
No.
but like, that was weird looking. Huh?
Yeah, that was weird.
What?
Yeah, it did change briefly. That's a small animation mistake.
I found it.
Yeah.
Pay
I
up.
found it.
Anyway.
I
Imagine
did it.
if Rooster Teeth like put out a bounty for animation mistakes. I think that'd be so funny.
That would be a bounty. Makes it sound like, I don't know, like they would listen. I mean, Rooster Teeth has abused animators enough. They don't need to start
I just
putting bounties on animation mistakes.
No. I just like I have heard of that before where companies are like, if you can find a mistake in this, we'll give you money. But usually it's like I don't know, like legal paper, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if you can find a loophole, we'll pay you out. Like usually it's like, I don't know, Walmart or some shit, right? But like I don't know, I just think it's funny to imagine like, all right, like let's look over this.
Oh man.
Anyway, so then the yellow one says, great, 3 cheers for the rusted knight and his white rabbit. Hip hip hooray! I think I need to, I'll tell Zwei. Oh, by the way, we're using Zwei's transcript again, and I'm still like so grateful. But yeah, I'll make sure to tell Zwei, that I think it's supposed to be 3 cheers for the rusted knight, and then I think that what they were trying to do was like hip hip hooray, but like that may not translate well, so I'll make sure to let them know later. But yeah, I'm so grateful that like we have a transcript now and we can use it, and we didn't need to write it by hand. So yeah, anything I can do to help them with their transcript stuff, I will try to do. But yeah, and so, okay, like the way that the paper pleaser said this, I can't tell whether or not this was intentional, but like they sounded sarcastic. At least maybe I'm wrong, but to me, if you go back and listen to them, they didn't sound like that they were being genuine. They were like, 3 cheers for the rusted knight and his white rabbit. Hip hip hooray. Like they didn't sound like that they were being serious. They sounded kind of sarcastic, and I like, if that's intentional, I like that sort of layering for this idea that like some of them are trying to die. And they are not happy that Jaune keeps protecting them, actually.
But they also have to be nice to him.
But they have to be
because
nice
they are
to
the
him.
paper pleasers.
Yeah, so they're just, like, there's a hint of sarcasm, like, yeah, 3 cheers for the rusted knight. Hip, hip, hooray.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Whoa. Please take your friend back.
Exactly. They're like, get him out of here. I'm eating my sandwich, by the way.
I can tell.
I need you to carry us for a second.
Okay. Oh, they pick him up. I mean, they are just, I love their design so much, and they do all die. Oh yeah, he almost gets like water on them. That was the thing that threw me off in this episode. At first I'm just like, okay, if they have a purpose, how is it that they've made it this long? Because they're just lemmings. They're total idiots. They keep on trying to die. And
Mm.
later it's revealed, no, they're like Meeseeks. They want to die. And
But
it's like, okay, sensible.
here's what I
fair.
think, Hunter. Like, natural selection. Like,
Oh
maybe
my God.
they weren't around until Jaune got here. Does that make sense? And, like, maybe
Yeah.
some of them did die just in, like, slower incident, like in less incidents, you know? Because the paper pleasers say that they have made their purpose. They would like to ascend and come back as something stronger. So it's possible that, like, just through the natural circle of life, they would eventually all die out and then come back as something else. But Jaune makes the effort to protect them. And so there may be the implication that, like, they're not always there. But for example, like, I don't know, some of them were hunter mice and, like, they were put here because Jaune needed a village. Because I feel like the world kind of fills out what is needed. You know, like, they need a king, so the king comes back as something else, right? They need, people, they need citizens and stuff, or they need Jinxie, so Jinxie always, like, I feel like that there's some sort of, like, logic to the world where the world also creates what is needed in terms of, like, so when Jaune needs a place to stay, the world creates a village out of ascended people, but it wasn't supposed to be, like, it wasn't supposed to last this long, you know?
I guess so. They expected them to, like, okay, Jaune will feel, like, emotionally okay soon enough and we can all die. But
like,
that
the
never
world
really occurred.
provided a village for Jaune to be here and sleep and whatever, but, like, yeah, why don't they just do their plans while Jaune is asleep? That's a good question, but I'm assuming it's because they have some sort of, like, internal, like, I don't know, they have some sort of internal morality. Yeah, they're too polite. Exactly. I think that's kind of it.
Too polite to die when
they
he's sleeping.
don't want to trick Jaune, right? They're not trying to trick him. They're trying to do it in a way that won't hurt his feelings, right? So I feel like that the only reason why they haven't done it while Jaune's been asleep is out of, like, this obligation of politeness, is that they would be mean if they did it while Jaune was asleep. You know what I mean? Like, that would be mean
Which is
of them.
an insane thing to make an argument, because it's like, oh, I think that they'd be upset if you killed yourself, regardless of the...
But in their head, I can see why they would think that, you know?
No,
like,
I mean,
in their head,
in their
it
head,
makes sense to me. But yeah. Okay. And so Jaune says, like, stop, back off. There's water everywhere. You'll dissolve. Hello, water. How may I serve you, right? I can't. And he says,
so cute.
I can't believe that almost happened. It's been ages since I missed the first fire. And Ruby's like, do fires happen often?
First one?
And he's like, oh yeah, every day. And Yang's like, what? And I love the little, like, again, I love that they've been doing this volume, the little thought bubbles.
Yes.
I kind of agree with Cal. The Punderstorm helped Yang and Blake reveal how they feel about each other. Yeah. And so I think that, like, in that way, the Ever After sort of produces things that fill a need. And, like, Jaune needed, like, this town. But the problem is that Jaune is now, like, I don't know. He's done too much. He did a lot more than the world thought he would do. You know what I'm saying?
But it's like, but it still leaves him at the end.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the world didn't care about his feelings.
Oh no, I don't think the world cares about his feelings. I don't think that the world expected Jaune to keep them alive for this long.
Oh, okay. Which I suppose is a kind of separate issue.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Oh my god, I also feel like, because, like, really, what cute, like, some of the human characters were cute in the past, like, Zwai's kind of cute, but I feel like in this volume, we've had this influx of really adorable characters, from Little and the other mice to the paper pleasers, to even, like, some of the village folk. Like, they're all adorable, and I really never expected that from RWBY, but I'm loving it.
The Ever After needed Jaune to get to this state so he could play this specific role when Team RWBY found him. Exactly. My man's disrupting the natural order. Yeah, exactly. The Punderstorm thing was already happening, but I think that, like, it knew. You know what I mean? I think it knew that there was conflict in their hearts, and it was just a matter of time. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Even like the environment, the local biome could tell that these bitches were gay.
Yeah.
And I love that for your local biome.
I think that, like, I know what you guys are saying, that the Punderstorm started first, but I actually think that the Punderstorm, it was there. You know what I mean?
I honestly wish I had more important life decisions communicated to me through thunderstorms.
So is the world giving Neo... Is the world giving Neo a buff because the world wants Neo to get RWBY and Jaune through their problems? Cal, you smart person, I think you're onto something. We will talk about that later. I don't know if that's entirely it, but we'll still talk about it. But let's read Jaune's dialogue for Hunter's sake. Oh, all right. These are the paper pleasers. They're probably the most... what is this? What are they doing? A broom? This is the weirdest looking broom. This looks metal.
I mean, you know,
anyway, they're probably the most polite, most hospitable Everaftians around because that's their purpose. When Alex...
I like to imagine what, like, because they're all named after people, so I'm like, oh, that one's probably Blake. That red one looks kind of like Pyrrha. That kind of greenish one, maybe that's Oscar.
Yeah.
Or yellowish one.
Like, I'm kind of feeling like this is a Nora right here, you know?
Yeah, I could see that being a Nora.
This is like... Oscar, because I know people think Oscar's green, but like Oscar has a lot of orange.
That's true.
And then, like, this could
red,
be
so
Pyrrha. This mustard color could be
Yang, maybe?
Weird. Yeah, maybe Yang. But Yang, there's a brighter yellow paper later, so that one could be...
I hope that the paper pleaser version of Blake and Yang also love each other.
Maybe Sun? I don't know.
Did you? Oh, it could be Sun. Did you see the A.G. Nonsuch comic of like the Blake and Yang paper pleasers? And they were just like, I'm scissoring you, and they had literal scissors, and it's like,
oh man,
like we're scissoring each other.
But
and then Jaune comes in, takes them, no scissors.
This one reminds me of someone, but I don't know who. So if somebody could tell me why. But yeah.
Ooh, lime and purple. I mean,
I was gonna say Ren, but that sounds incorrect. But yeah.
Maybe that could be Ren. Ren has like that purple streak.
But they do mention classic Ren later on, or like thanks Ren or something. So like this one is Ren? Or no, wait, it's the green and pink one that's Ren, so they mentioned that already. But yeah, and so, like, I don't know, each character, this one's feeding the fish, I don't know, man, I think there's something sus about these fish, I'm just saying.
It must be great to be a RWBY, or like a writer on RWBY, to watch some of the things.
This one is Ren.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I see that.
Because Jaune is saying, like, they work all day, and not just serving travelers, but the land they live on, too. They make it a place of peace. Unfortunately, they're a bit clumsy, but that also makes them predictable. Okay, so this one's Ren. So, like, I don't know, the polka dot one could be Ozpin. Like, this one could be Neptune, right? Like, this one could be Pyrrha. This one could be Sun, right?
The way they're folded, they look like they're wearing thigh highs.
Oh, man.
You know? Like, yeah, like, look at that red one there. That kind of looks like it's wearing thigh boots.
But yeah, like, I'm sure that you could find everybody, right? Well, we don't know that there isn't one named after Penny. You know? Like,
that would be a little short. Well, I mean, he named one after Pyrrha, and she also died.
Yeah, so we don't know. We just don't see, right? Because there could be, like, you know, there could be Team Coffee, like, there could be... Because they have one for Neptune, so there could be Sun. Like, I don't think every character we saw is necessarily, like... You know what I mean? Like, I don't think every character that was on the list is a character here. Like, it's possible there could still be a Penny one, and we just don't know, right? But yeah, and so I love how, like... They're like, you named them after your teammates? No, I named them after everyone. And everybody's just like, uh-oh, Jaune's like psychological damage, right? So this one is RWBY.
I feel like that's kind of out of, because I feel like the Team RWBY have enough like people skills and are empathetic enough not to immediately be like, oh, this guy's nuts. Like they might be thinking it, but they would never. Part of me feels like it's all like if it had to be someone to say it, it would be Weiss. That would be like, oh, so You named them
Well,
after
I
your
mean,
teammates.
Yang is the one that says that she hates that.
Yeah, so that feels like, I don't know, like maybe Yang is like brash, but
Yeah.
that feels almost uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it
To
wasn't
be that
supposed to
mean
come
to
off
someone
that
who's
way.
clearly going through it. You know?
Okay, guys, let's talk about this. Cal, how do you feel about this episode confirming that Juniper isn't Alex? You guys are wrong, because what the dialogue says is, when Alex left me to die, Juniper found help, brought me to the paper pleasers who got me back on my feet. There's nothing that indicates that, like, Juniper was already, like, Jaune's companion in the flashbacks. So it's possible that Alex died, turned into Juniper, and then got Jaune
Okay,
help.
but for it to immediately happen, like he was dying of poison. Like,
But,
there's
like,
no way that
he
in
could've
like
been
10
dying-
minutes.
He could have been dying for a couple hours.
Yeah, but even hours, like that would be a while,
But
wouldn't
does
it?
it? I mean, I don't know. Like, how long does it take for someone to ascend, Hunter? Like, it could be a minute, it could be a second, it could be like Ambrosius.
Then
Like,
do you mean
no
die
time.
from poison?
No, but I'm saying, like Jaune wasn't dying. He was just paralyzed, we think, right? And so, like, it's possible that, like, Alex went all the way to the tree, ascended, and came back as Juniper.
I mean, possibility.
Yeah, like, we don't know how long Jaune was out for, so it's like... And, like, that's the other thing, too, is that, like, the tree itself could work kind of like Ambrosius, where time is frozen in a way, you know?
Sure.
I don't see
Were
why...
they right? I don't know. It just seems like such a quick turnaround that I'm kind of suspicious about the
But why...
notion.
Hunter, if they didn't want people to think that Alex was Juniper, why didn't they have Juniper in the flashback?
I mean...
Right? You know what
I
I'm saying?
guess,
They
but,
could
like,
have just
I don't know,
drawn
but that could
Juniper in the
explain-
flashback.
That could also explain his connection to her, because it's like, oh, she saved my life, you know?
But what I'm saying is that, like, there's nothing that says that Juniper isn't Alex in this line, you know?
I mean, technically, yes, that is correct.
It's not like me and Juniper met each other when Alex and Lewis were here, and now then when Alex left me to die, Juniper found help. Like,
That is true. That didn't happen.
that's gotta be coping. You guys are just wrong. Sorry.
I love your diplomacy with these things.
Because
Like, you're
Juniper
coping.
didn't find him before
You're
he met Alex.
incorrect.
That's what I mean. Exactly. Juniper didn't find him before. Or like, while he met Alex.
I don't know.
Sounds like Juniper found him after he was poisoned.
Can't you just be happy that you were right about a bunch of other... Oh, that's one thing we haven't brought up. The frickin' you were so convinced that Jaune was a frickin' butterfly of all
Listen,
things.
that was
You
not
were-
disproven.
No.
Nobody
Listen, I am
disproved that.
not in
That
the room with
wasn't-
you,
Hold on, that wasn't
but I
disproven,
can
Hunter.
still yell at you.
That wasn't disproven. There's no proof that Jaune was not ever a butterfly.
That is insane.
I'm just saying.
No. He won't. Because, like, he never I mean, maybe he's an unreliable narrator, but, like, you have to admit, at the very least, that it's not looking
We
good.
still don't know if
Because-
Jaune, like, ascended but kept his memories or not. Like, we don't know any of that.
Oh, jeez.
That was absolutely disproven. Unless Eddie Rivas comes in here and tells me that Jaune was never a butterfly, I'm gonna keep believing.
I am this close to Twitter. Like, Eddie and I follow each other on Twitter. I can just direct message him, being like, Eddie.
I slyly mentioned it in a conversation that we have, and he didn't. And he didn't say anything. So they're like pretty tight-lipped over there. He gave me nothing. I was like, yeah, it must because I don't remember, but I was like, yeah, it must be wild for you guys to see all these crazy theories we're coming up with. You know, like Jaune being the butterfly. Like, he could have been like, yeah, that's funny. Jaune wasn't the butterfly. That's not what we meant. He said
And he's
nothing.
just like-
That man, if the Jaune was or wasn't the butterfly, that man's taking it to his grave. So anyway.
I respect that about Eddie, you know?
Yeah, all he put was the laughing emoji. He said nothing. Anyway, so yeah, like, sometimes I'm like, yeah, like that theory I had that one time, that was crazy, right? Like, just hoping that they'll say, yeah, that was crazy, you were wrong, but they say nothing. There's nothing. Anyway, so the chat was asking if she's Juniper, who wrote the story. We think it was Lewis. We have a video on that. If you guys keep bringing that up, I'm just gonna tell you to go watch the video, because I can't explain it anymore. We made a video on it already, with peace and love.
With peace and love, I'm sick of your shit, and you can look at our video.
You can look at the video about it. He would have said he's been to the tree, though. I mean, no, but the tree's not necessary for Ascension, because the paper pleasers don't have to go to the tree. That's why they kill themselves, to try to get to the tree, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So that's like the other thing, is that like Jaune could have ascended without going to the tree. He could have just died. And like maybe he can't remember dying that's part of the memory thing. But like people from Remnant can remember who they were before. Anyway, so yeah, this is the one called RWBY, and I like that. I thought that was cute. And then Yang's like, yeah, I hate that. But yeah, like I think that Jaune doesn't hear them. Like I think that it's supposed to be that they're like, Jaune just doesn't, you know what I mean? Like I think that I know what you mean about them being mean, Hunter, but I don't think that they, you know?
Like, they're not saying it to his face.
Yeah.
But he seems like at least slightly aware that he's a little off. Or that he sounds off. Not even that he is, but that he appears that way later on.
Yeah. Yeah, the paper pleasers took the shortcut and, like, spiritually jumped for the, like, to the tree, right? Anyway, so Jaune is like, yeah, so, you know, the disastrous lighting of the morning lanterns is dealt with. That gives us enough time to strategize before the calming Pebble Tower crumbles, crushing the Koi Pond Dam and flooding the entire village. So I'm thinking brunch, and then I love how Little is just like, I can eat.
Little is perfect. Little is the best RWBY character.
I love how, like, everybody was theorizing about, like, Blokanut, or, like, Blake Coconut, and, like, it was Jaune who had the coconuts.
Jaune had the Blokanut.
Yeah.
Wow, I totally forgot about Blokanut.
Maybe he ascended, but in a way that completely contradicts, but it doesn't contradict. We know from this episode that the paper pleasers have been trying to die to get to the tree. So, like, Jaune could have died. We don't know. What we need to accept is that we don't know how anything actually works. Everything has just been Jaune guessing. You know what I mean?
That is true. He is an unreliable narrator, and we've discussed that on multiple occasions.
So, like, we really have no idea how Ascension would work for Remnant people. Even though the cat says that it's not possible, I don't think that's true.
I mean, I'm inclined to trust... Well, because now we almost... I feel like this episode, part of what this episode and the Paper Pleasers were supposed to do, other than, like, re-traumatize the audience and have RWBY have a freakout, was to kind of cement this notion that Jaune might not be in total control. He might not really know what's going on, which I think benefits our sort of theory about maybe the cat isn't necessarily lying to people, and maybe you will be okay if you make it to the tree.
Yeah, I don't think that the cat lied to them either. I just don't know if the cat knows, like, the cat wasn't there and doesn't know what happened to Alex, so the cat can't know for sure whether or not people from Remnant can descend or not. I'm not saying the cat lied, I just don't think that I don't think they know.
Everyone's just your aunt posting vaccine misinformation on the internet.
Oh my god. Don't burn, or don't touch, no burn, I don't know. So there's something about the leaf here, which I feel like may be interesting, that, like, these are the leaves from the tree, don't touch them or don't burn them because stuff will happen, which is interesting, because, like, some people thought that the leaf is the same sort of substance as, like, the sugar in Neo's teacup, like, it's the same colors and stuff.
That's what
and it's what the herbalist used So I wonder, like, if you grind up the leaves or touch the leaves, and I wonder if that's what Neo did. She's been eating that shit. That's why she's so strong,
God.
guys. She's literally...
She's been popping them like Tic Tac.
Well, somebody actually, I don't know why someone did this, but, like, someone drew Neo on Twitter eating the leaves. Like, stuffing a bunch of the leaves in her mouth.
Real?
Huh?
Like a chipmunk? Just like...
Yeah. So I think that, like...
That's peculiar.
And, like, that could be interesting in terms of, like, people are like, why is Neo so strong now? Like, what if she's been eating the leaves, man? She knew to eat the leaves?
I feel like that has, like, in the same way that, like, I'm going to the tree is a meme, I feel like Neo eating leaves could be a meme.
But,
it's like the pistols of the stuff.
Demon, I think the reason why, like, it says don't burn because the herbalist burned them. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jaune is saying, like, it's not that you're not supposed to burn them. You are supposed to burn them. Like, you see in the drawn flashback, like, the leaves come from the tree and, like, Jaune, like, grabs them. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that, like, the don't burn isn't, like, it's, like, Jaune being like, don't burn the leaves or else, like, people, like, will get changed and stuff. But, like, you are supposed to burn them like Herb did if you want people to ascend. The interesting thing is that you see a couple episodes ago, yeah, the leaves are from the tree. And so a couple episodes ago, when Ruby is going into the swamp, whatever it is, like the bioluminescent
whatever it is.
acre, like the leaves call to Ruby, and you see that she smiles as the leaves like tickle her cheeks and whatever.
Oh, which now it feels kind of almost nefarious.
If Jaune ascended, how does he have his memories? If people from Remnant keep their memories, why doesn't Juniper remember being Alex? Maybe she does. And that would be so
She's like, I've decided I want to be a rabbit. Humanity has nothing to offer me anymore.
Yeah, maybe she does remember. That'd be the fucked up part.
Don't you just want to be a cat?
Yeah. But yeah, I think Neo's been eating the leaves.
I also love the idea that Jaune's just like a suburban mother, like trying to convince people not to do drugs.
I also love, like, what if the reason why Neo is getting stronger is because every time she eats the leaves, she has, like, a vision, and she's, like drugging herself into delusion right now just to be, like, around Roman, or, like, to see visions of her past or something.
That would be pretty sad if when we find her, she looks like she's been, like, in an opium den.
Well, basically. I don't think she would look like that. I'm just saying, I think, like, she's just hitting it. Why would Alex save Jaune after she poisoned him? Because she wasn't trying to kill him. She was just trying to paralyze him. That's our theory. Anyway, you can watch the video.
I love you who has never touched drugs in your life using, like, oh, what is the marijuana parlance the kids use? Are you hitting that dab, son? How do you do, fellow kids? I enjoyed it a great deal.
Sorry, I'm chewing again.
That's okay. One thing I was curious is that it has you see all the different names of the areas, and one just says Green Chapel, which feels so, because the other stuff, a lot of them we've seen, other things make sense, like Farming Flats. Blob is kind of confusing. Stinky Cheese, sure. Swan Lake, I know you have feelings about that.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, a Green Chapel seems odd, because, like, that feels the least descriptive.
Yeah.
Almost.
I mean, I also wonder if we're gonna see any of these places. Also, I wonder who's, like, is this actually someone's fucked up handwriting? Like, do these things actually say stuff that we could decipher?
I don't think so.
Want to...
Because I feel like...
explore more, maybe? Or want to something? You know, I'm sure that somebody wrote this, though.
Oh, surely someone wrote it, but whether or not it was intended to be legible, or
it
just
wasn't intended to be legible. I'm just wondering if we could make it legible. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if you can make that happen. That might be a bit of a stretch.
Because the person who wrote this is probably, like, I saw someone saying that they're glad their shitty handwriting made it into the episode, so I wonder if the person who wrote it would know what the map says?
Who knows? Their shitty handwriting might be like Jaune's printing here.
Right. But okay, so let's go through all of this kinda individually, because I have things that I'm thinking, okay? So this is the Hunter Mice. This is the Crimson Castle with a note about the prince. in some capacity, so probably, like, not to piss him off. There's the cake...
Yeah, don't go there. He has anger issues.
There's the Cake Acre, which seems to be maybe the...
Or Caker.
That's maybe the, Candyland area, right?
Okay, but isn't there also... Oh, yeah, I guess that would be the Cake Acre.
Because it's on the other side, right? If we're looking from the perspective of where... the Hunter Mice, I know you can't see me, Hunter, but imagine like when Team RWBY was standing on the cliff at the Hunter Mice. The Cake Acre was on the left, so this makes a lot of sense, right? Then we have the Farming Flats, Blob. This could be where he said he saw some pyramids that looked promising. And now here's Copium, okay?
Which would be Green Chapel.
No, the pyramids is by the Cake Acre.
Oh, right.
The Green Chapel seems to be those buildings that we saw in the background where we were like, are those fucking apartment buildings?
Are those, is that a city? That would make sense.
Anyway.
That would be in the far distance.
So, here's what I'm thinking. Okay? Let her cook, I guess. So, we have this theory that they're in the Relic Realm, right?
Yes.
So the pyramid thing could be interesting because we do know that the Haven door had sort of a sandy-ish area, right? And the Haven door's open because, like, Raven never closed it.
I suppose not.
So, like, maybe? But, like, at the same time, I don't know. It seems so interesting that Jaune would mention pyramids, though, because I have this theory that the vault for Vacuo is like a sphinx or something, kind of like the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin.
Oh, and it's like a mouth that you have to walk into?
Yeah, like it kind of comes up from
like
the
Cave
sand.
of Wonders? Okay.
Yeah, so like I sort
that.
of wonder if like the pyramid relic, because I know we already got like, I know that they've sort of done this thing where the relic is the opposite of like the terrain, like in terms of the vaults, you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
But like, I wonder about that because, like, you know, it's sandy.
You do a lot of that,
it's
Cal,
sandy
wondering.
in Haven, and then it's lush in Atlas. So technically, you would think that maybe the Vacuo vault would be snowy, but there's no reason why pyramids also can't be snowy, so we don't know.
There's no reason why pyramids can't be. I happen to agree.
So, like, there could be snowy pyramids. We have no clue. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be kind of cheap if that's how they get out the open door in the Haven vault. I would much prefer them to go out, like, the Vacuo vault door, right? But, yeah. And so, let's keep going. So, the garden seems to be the bio, like, the one with all the mushrooms. Paper Pleaser. And then we see, right, that what RWBY goes towards is not the Crimson Castle, because, like, RWBY can only go, like, I don't know, I guess she could go this way, too, but, like, you know what I mean when RWBY runs away at the end of the episode? It is definitely over here, and this is where Neo fell. So, two things. First of all, I'm sure that, like, okay, I'm not sure, but, like, the copium I inject my veins with is that next week is gonna be a whole Neo episode. Like, we're not gonna see any of Team RWBY at all. Like, we're not gonna see any of them. It's just Neo for 20 minutes, and that's it. Okay, and we see Roman, and we finally see Roman.
Your voice is starting to crack up.
And there's 7.5 minutes of Roman Holiday. Okay,
That's
give me
an awfully specific amount of Roman Holiday.
But, like, you know how people are like, oh, 2.5 kids? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, 7.5 minutes! Oh, my God.
I dig it. You know, that's feasible.
And then the end of the episode could be Neo finding RWBY, I guess. You know what I mean? If RWBY's... Because here's what I think. Next episode's gonna be a Neo episode. Like, a whole Neo episode, but then RWBY is actually gonna find Neo in episode 9 because RWBY ran away and now she's alone. And then we're gonna get the Punderstorm. Yeah, like, that. I'm still thinking about the Punderstorm, but we're not gonna get the Punderstorm right away. We're gonna have a whole Neo episode first, and then episode 9 is the Punderstorm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The way they're hyping up the next episode, I haven't seen anyone hype up anything.
I mean, the most anything has ever been hyped up for RWBY was that Bumblebee cast.
Yeah. But anyway.
But for this one, no, I haven't noticed it as bad. They're pretty hype every week.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anything specific, so if somebody can link me to where the hype was. But yeah, I also think week is interesting, because there was this idea that, like, maybe Neo was loosely based off of, like, there's this story, okay, and it's a little complicated, because there's, like, multiple family bloodlines and some bullshit, and there's a stepmom and whatever, but, like, anyway, the basic premise of the story is that there's this girl, and all of her brothers either get cursed, or they're just stupid and turn into 7 swans. And the girl trades away her voice in order to turn her brothers back. And she has to knit each one of them a sweater or something. And then in the middle of knitting the sweater, she, like a king, falls in love with her and she marries the king and she forgets about her duty. But eventually she comes to fix it. But then the mom, like the mom or the stepmom is like, no, you can't marry her. She's a witch. She cursed all her brothers. And so she's about to like burn at the stake or something. And then I guess the brothers come in, but like some of them transform back because they're like, they have their little sweaters, and then they tell everybody that no, the sister's not a witch, it was the mom that did it the full time. And so yeah, so like, it's a kind of a convoluted sort of fairy tale, but like, I love Swan Lake. My mom thinks that the best version of Swan Lake is Barbie as Swan Lake. I'm not even kidding. Like, I
don't think you forced me to watch
not the
that
DreamWorks movie. Not DreamWorks, not the Fox movie.
Yeah.
Like, not like, you know, not Black Swan. My mom thinks that the best Barbie, or the best version of Swan Lake is the Barbie version. And so I would be hyped for Swan Lake relevance, but I'm sure that it's just a cheeky. I'm sure that we're not going to all of the places on the map. However, the places on the map did make me think, right? Like, if Neo stays in the Ever After, I demand, I request, but I truly demand, like, E.C. Myers writing some side, like another novel where Neo just has adventures in the Ever After with, like, fake Roman, and I think that'd be fine, honestly. I would accept that. To be perfectly honest, I think that that's a good idea, you know? With fake illusion Roman. And it's like Roman Holiday too. Like, I don't know.
Why do I feel like you asking E.C. Myers to write that book and like is just as much a bizarre fantasy and escape from the pressing of reality as Neo creating a fake Roman would be in the Ever After?
I think, like, okay. E.C. Myers has been working on something, though, because he posted on Twitter that he sent something off that he was working on. And obviously, this man has, like, other jobs and stuff, but I'm like, I see you, E.C. Myers. I see you writing. I see you tweeting about having to send stuff off for approval, you know? Like, and I can't imagine, here's the other thing. Like, I know on the author end, books are fucking difficult to write, but in terms of the money-making end, they are a little more cost-effective compared to, like, animating something.
Of animated television.
For Rooster Teeth, they must kind of be easy money to an extent. Like, all I have to do is pay Myers, and I can't imagine, like, it's not like animation budget levels, right? Like, you know, so...
It doesn't make the animation money, but...
Yeah. Like, it has to be, like...
a lower investment.
Even if they're paying, like, E.C. Myers, like, I don't know, like, even if they were paying this man $50K or something, like, and they're probably not. I'm just like, but, like... It's a low investment, and, like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
As much as I know you want Roman Holiday 2 Roman harder,
yeah.
Part of me is also hoping for, like, there's so many good background characters. Like, I would love to see, like, a Happy Huntress's origin story.
I know. Oh, but
And, like, if I had to choose between, like, your, like, Roman Neo in Wonderland versus that, I would put the Happy Huntresses.
You're wrong. Sorry, Hunter, you're incorrect.
I would love to have another Roman Holiday, don't get me wrong. Or indeed another, like, Team Coffee book, but I don't know, man.
But yeah, if Neo stays here, I think that they could write, like, a side situation. Like, she's not dead and she's just chilling here, why not, you know? There's things to do. There's, like, enemies. I don't know. Like, there's stuff to explore, right? And, okay. No, guys. The Stark backstory is gonna be in the show. Like,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be, like, they're not gonna put that in a book. We don't need a Stark book. We need Stark in the show.
Alternatively, they could just do like I don't know, RWBY Shippuden, except instead of going in the future, you go into the past.
Right. But like they're
kind of a
saving that.
bonus.
They're saving Stark for like when RWBY ends and they need to make more money. Like that's what they're saving the Stark volumes for. Like that's what they're saving the Stark stuff for. But anyway,
Which, like, how would you feel? Because like, there's already so many RWBY spin-offs things, but how would you feel if like a whole spin-off animated series like that?
I mean,
because like that would feel kind of daunting.
I think it would be interesting, but it's just sort of dependent on like we already know how it ends. So like that's the problem with prequels sometimes is that you already know how the story ends to a degree. But there's also so much we don't know about Team Stark. I still think it could be fascinating personally.
Okay. Anyways, please continue because I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. I also have to go to the bathroom, so I guess we'll trade. While Hunter goes to the bathroom, question mark, you can leave. Is she gone already? I can't tell because of the capture. Okay, so this is what I wanted. This is the story I wanted to tell you guys, okay? This is my idea for a second Roman holiday book if the Roman holiday book happens, like, not in the Ever After, like it happens after the first one. Oh, I guess Hunter did leave. Okay. So, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, okay, so the second Roman holiday book. Listen, so I noticed something very interesting while I was reading, while I was looking through Roman holiday, and it's that the people of Vale, hold on, let me get a screenshot of this because I gotta make sure I get this correct, right? And so, like, I was talking about this with a friend, and then, like, in hindsight, we found evidence to support it, and we were both like, how did we forget that? Like, that's not just our headcanon. It's actually canon. So, in Roman holiday, it reads, meanwhile, Roman was carrying on the longest, most successful crime spree the city of Vale had ever seen. Even some of the public seemed ready to glorify him as one of the most exciting things to happen in Vale in a long time, as long as he wasn't causing them any direct harm. It gave them something to talk about. He was practically a folk hero, right? So my idea for, like, a second Roman holiday book, okay, come with me and picture it, is that basically, after the events of Roman holiday, this, like, public image of Roman being the folk hero blows up. Because if you haven't read Roman holiday, basically at the end, they expose a bunch of, like, corrupt people in Vale. Like, they expose the fact that there was all this corruption and that these higher-ups in Vale were spying on people, and Roman is the one that reveals it, right? And so I feel like that if he's already saying, before that happened, that the people of Vale were ready to glorify him into, like, a folk hero, then after he exposes this giant corruption, everybody is like, oh my god, like, Roman Torchwick did that. Like, they kind of see him as a hero because he exposed all these corrupt, like, rich people. You know what I mean? They kind of Robin Hood him a little bit. And so my concept for Roman Holiday 2, Roman Harder, like, come with me, Rooster Teeth, I think that we can do this, is that, like, Roman kind of gets, like, wrapped up in all the fame and stuff, and kind of forgets what he got in this for. Like, he starts taking, like, news interviews with Lisa Lavender, and he never mentions Neo, because, like, the whole point is that Neo is supposed to be a secret, but then, like, he starts taking credit for a little too much, and it makes Neo a little bit resentful, so she tries to do some heists on her own, right? And so then, she becomes this sort of, like, rival to Roman in the public media, but he doesn't know it's Neo, and the audience doesn't know it's Neo until midway through the book. And so the book is like Roman getting a big head, and then afterward, like, Neo, or, like, starts to resent that, and then they have to fight against, you know what I mean? And they have to, like, fight against this rival crime boss and investigate this rival crime boss. But then you find out halfway through the book that there was no rival crime boss. It was Neo the whole time because she wanted to teach him a lesson. And so, like, that's how it'll be. It's like Roman gets a big head, and then, like, this rival crime boss comes out of nowhere, and Roman's like, like, this person's on our turf. All right, we gotta do something about that, okay? But then halfway through the book, you find out that the rival crime boss was Neo all along, and she was doing it because she was starting to get mad, and she was starting to get jealous of the fact that he was, like, spending all this time, you know, like, doing the interviews on TV and signing people's autographs and, like, you know, that sort of, like, trope and whatever. And so, like, they have, like, I don't know, there's, like, stuff between them, right? There's, like, conflict And then, like, by the end of the book, they both decide to do something so bad that the public will no longer glorify them anymore. I don't know what that is, but, like, they basically start to do bad things. And so they're no longer, like, glorified by the public. They are instead villains and outlaws and whatever. And that is Roman Holiday 2. That's what the story is.
Wow, did you just give your entire, like, synopsis to a hypothetical Roman Holiday 2? You're impressive. I have great timing that I walked in right for that.
Yeah, you finished. We're done. We're good now, so.
All right.
Anyway, so let's keep going. And so this is Jaune's life's work right here.
Yeah, I love. Wait, can we just go back for a moment? What something that bothered me was back to the map, I should say.
Oh.
Yeah, is that like so? He's at the Paper Pleasers, and he's mapped out everything to like the left, but he hasn't mapped out the one to the right.
I'm assuming it's because he can't get there fast enough. Like, except for here, there's really no excuse for that. But like, oh, you mean
no,
right
I mean,
here.
yeah, that one. Yeah. Why hasn't he mapped that out yet?
It's possible that they like spawn, like they newly arrive. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible that they
Maybe?
like the layout of the land. It's the same.
Honey, new continent just dropped.
Well, yeah, kinda. New acre just dropped, basically. Yeah, like, it could be that, like, I'm not saying that the landscape changes constantly, but I am saying that, like everything that was here was, like, the first stuff. And then, like, this is, like, the second layer. And anything out here is, like, what it's been making recently, right? And so, like, new acres, because, like, I'm assuming the people pleaser acre, what? The people pleaser acre will die out eventually.
What?
You know what I'm saying? It'll die out eventually. And then after that, like, it'll become something new. So, like, it's possible that, like, Jaune, like, that's a new acre that spawned or something.
Yeah, and it's changed in some capacity and he hasn't updated it.
Yeah.
That's sensible, I guess.
So there you go. I'm fixing the plot holes, Crewbie. This is why I need a job. Bitches with jobs, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, so they've been exploring. They've been exploring as much as possible. And I like these little, like, I wonder, because, like, here's the thing, right? Like, they don't need to eat, I'm assuming, the Paper Pleasers. So, like, my headcanon for this is, like, that this is all Jaune's favorite food. That they, like, cook him his favorite food.
Yeah. Which,
right?
like, that looks like little, like, tomato soup, like
I think they're supposed to be
it looks
quiches,
like tarts.
you know?
Like, yeah, like mini quiches that are very orange.
Mm-hmm.
Very red.
They're probably carrot flavored, just because, like, that seems to be all that's around, right?
There's a lot of root vegetables in the Ever After, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so I like how Little eats, no one else eats. I love how Yang is just like, what the fuck is this shit, man? Like, this is what he's been doing for the past 20 years. Like, you can see the gears turning in her head, you know?
God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. So Blake's like, Anne, have you found any? Look at her. She's so not convinced right now. I don't know how to explain it, but she's giving such, like, what do you say, scrunkly?
What?
Scrunkly? I don't know. Like, people on Twitter, they say, like, this is my, like, scrunkly, you know? Like, I just imagine that, like, this is a scrunkly face, right? You guys know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I've heard scrungly be used before, but never as, like, a facial expression.
Anyway.
Like, this is my scrungly.
You know?
I'm not hip to what the kids are doing.
I love they're trying to be nice to Jaune energy. I also like how Weiss always will, like, have a cup of tea, like, no matter what. Like, everybody has one, but she actually drinks it.
She knows. She has her manners. She knows what's up.
Yeah, and so Jaune has a good feeling about 1 acre we saw with a bunch of pyramids, which I'm like, is that supposed to be, like, foreshadowing? I don't know. I'm just wondering, right?
Just wondering.
Yeah, but I love how they're just like, that's it? Like, Ruby looks like she's about to, like, she's about to be like, wow, that's fucking it, right? But then, like, Weiss is like, and what have you found? Like, you know, like, Weiss is being nice about it.
Yeah, she's being nice.
Well, like, this is when Jaune says, that the pyramid line, and Yang's like, no, Yang says, I'm sorry, do you have any leads at all? Like, she's just like, do you have anything, buddy?
Blake looks so unimpressed. They both look so unimpressed. I also like how Weiss like respects Jaune now just because he's sexy. She respects the
It's
sexy.
coffee, y'all. Weiss likes coffee? Is that coffee? Do they have coffee
Right, he
here?
says, like, yeah, because in Volume 1, Blake's like tea, and then
I know,
Weiss is like
but
coffee.
I mean, like, do they have coffee? Like, I think Weiss
I
will
don't
just
know.
drink whatever's on offer, you know?
Maybe she's just happy. Maybe she's just happy she has a warm beverage.
But yeah,
you know?
I like her little scrunkly face, you know? I love her little faces. And John's like, this is the plan. I'm sorry I didn't solve all our problems myself, but I can't just run off and let them die. But between protecting the village, searching for you guys, and searching for an exit, we got a really tight schedule to keep. Or rather, you got a tight schedule to keep. So I love how he's like, now, like, I don't know, now that you're here to babysit your younger siblings, me and Dad can go out. Like, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting.
I also like how before we thought that, like, for the last 2 episodes, like, that we, like, were introduced to new Jaune, and then, like, the Bumblebee episode, Jaune's this very gruff person, but he's still, like, a goofy, silly kind of guy.
Yeah.
With all the things he's doing. He hasn't, like, he's changed, obviously, and changed it quite a bit, but he still hasn't lost that, like, vomit boy goofiness about him. And I like that.
For sure. Okay. But yeah, I love how he's just like, you guys are gonna stay here while me and Daphne go upstairs to hunt for clues. Like, you know what I mean?
You and Scooby can look for, and then me and, yeah, no, it's perfect. Yeah, it's apt.
Okay.
Also, this list is like the funniest thing RWBY has done in a million years. It's wonderful.
So yes, this is the residual, like, water from the first fire. Brunch! Patrol the town and check in on everyone. Stop the
Which is funny because, like, this chronologically, that's what happened. The Pebble Tower is the next thing that happens that falls over and causes everyone to drown.
Yes, exactly. So, like, that's the next thing. So, secure the dam, save Ren from falling into the koi pond, watch out for terrible twos.
Terrible twos is hilarious because they never really, like, never quite describe what it is.
Terrible twos.
Oh.
So I'm guessing they're tearing each other.
I see.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. Eddie's a dad, so I feel like that's a dad joke. I'm sure he came up with that one.
How can he even be able to go out on adventures if he has all these tasks to do? He goes while they're asleep, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's the implication. He goes while they're sleeping, and they are too polite to kill themselves while he's gone. So that's literally the answer, I'm pretty sure. Keep away from the shredder. If any traveling salesmen traders come through, check for hazardous goods. See, so this is my Jinxie copium, but like Jinxie is in the trailer with the blacksmith lady, so I wonder if he's gonna ever be seen again. You know, I'm just wondering.
I don't know, but that does feel like something
because it was weird that they put Jinxie with, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Jaune
but I can only assume
Neptune crumbs because he's the only side character Jaune mentions twice. Oh dear.
I like how there's a brunch and a lunch.
Well, yeah.
Like man's gotta eat.
Help with daily construction, beautifying projects. If you want to give it to a baby, don't give it to the paper people. No more fried
So
food.
PPs don't get insecure.
Injured.
Injured, sorry.
Tea shop fiasco. Stop the second fire. And the residual
no
water.
No more fried grease, no more fried food. I like that one.
Check in at sandpaper knife shop. Help rake the sand. You'd be surprised how dangerous a rake can be. Keep Oscar away from anything that can be used as a kite string. So Oscar's trying to fly away, just like how the hound took him.
Oh, God. I also love Stop the Goose.
Yeah, like what? And see, is the goose like a swan from the Swan Lake? Like, are we going to find out? I don't know.
Are they just getting attacked by geese all the time? Like,
repair.
Does it live by the body of water?
Repair scarecrows in rice field. If late, fight off giant crows. Make new scarecrows. RWBY will help. Which is kind of funny because I'm like, if Jaune fucks up, RWBY will help? Like, is that supposed to be kind of a subtext thing?
Maybe.
Like, if Jaune is late, RWBY will help me fix everything. Like, is that supposed to be kind of foreshadowing for later stuff? Oh, I guess stop the coffee maker, so they do have coffee. Stop carts from crashing. Who wrote this, by the way? Because this is nutty. Stop, help paper people indoors before daily wind surge. Even the Ever After's trying to take these people, bro. You know what I mean?
Trying Nora from climbing the Pebble Tower during the storm.
Trust me, this one ends poorly. And so I guess that's like lightning and stuff, but like, how does he know that it ends poorly if they've never died before? Or is it just...
Unless some of them have died.
And they've come back as paper people again? Maybe they just got hurt and he fixed them, I don't know.
Perhaps. Take the scissors from Neptune.
Stop the bandits, which, what does that mean? Right?
Pyrrha with her homework is so, like, sweet.
Stop the third fire. Stop the unfolding.
That's the exact opposite of what, like, Pyrrha was helping Jaune with school. Like, I love how these little roles are reversed.
But the fact that they have homework, what are they doing? What are they learning?
Yeah, like, are they children? Do they have a school? What do they know?
I don't know. Take away the makeshift lightning rods during the storm. Get them to bed, find a way home. So yeah, after he gets them all to bed, then he looks for the way home.
Find a way home, that's a sad ellipses.
Yeah, and so like, this is the
ellipses.
schedule, basically. And like, with you guys can save the day no problem, which means I can go out and keep searching without any interruptions. And so with Juniper's speed and familiarity with this place, we'll find our solution in no time. And everyone's just like, we're babysitting? Look, guys, this is it. If there's one thing I learned after all these years, it's that patient pays off. That's why we're finally back together. I know I can find us a way out, okay? I know it. I know it.
And I know he gets a little aggressive at the, I know it.
I know it. And like, people were comparing this hand to like Ironwood hand.
I was also comparing it to DW meme.
Yeah, but like, I think Jaune being like
DW
Ironwood,
is the real violent dictator here. Let's not lie.
Jaune being like Ironwood is interesting because, like, yes, but also no. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, but also no. I guess that's really it. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that like, everything about Jaune to me, like seeing his psyche right now, is very cool. Like, I like that they're showing more of his thought process, because I feel like they kind of wanted to avoid an Ironwood. Like, they wanted to draw parallels to Ironwood, but they also wanted to make sure that, like, Jaune being kind of crazy isn't coming out of nowhere. Like, you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Sensible.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think Ironwood out of nowhere.
Right.
Totally...
I didn't think that either. But like, I'm just saying, right? Some people do. So I feel like that there's no denying now why Jaune is like the way that he is and how
aggressive.
He's controlling and whatever. Like
But I feel like this episode has made me think that he's no longer like evil. He's just really fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, he's not in it to harm people, or
Jaune
he's not
like
disregarding of life. He just has some issues.
He has internalized decades of survivor's guilt and placed himself as the one singularity responsible for a bunch of people's safety. Deciding he knows better than the citizens than they do, yeah. So that's basically
except that he doesn't want to kill people.
No.
And Ironwood was okay with some people dying.
But he is imposing his will, which I think is what the comparison's supposed to be.
Oh, that is the correct one. But there are differences.
Yeah, I think it's more so that he's imposing himself.
Yes.
Like, yeah. It's the opposite. You know?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm inclined to agree with you.
Like, Jaune was okay with a few people, Ironwood's okay with a few people dying, whereas Jaune is not okay with anyone doing anything.
Dying.
Like,
yes. It's the controlling nature, but it's controlling to different ends.
Yes, exactly. And he has to say, this isn't crazy, it's easy. You know, we still got time before the Pebble Tower falls. How about I saddle up Juniper and show you guys around myself? Point out the more clumsier papers. Oh, just wait till you guys meet Neptune. Right? Which is funny that, like, because how far does this go? You know what I mean? Like, does this go all the way to, like, there's Team Coffee papers? And there's, like, I don't know, like...
Is there Fox paper?
Like, is there Flint and Neon paper? And who else are the side teams? I don't even remember. Is there like a crow paper
Auburn.
and a lionheart paper? Like, you know?
Oh, not Lionheart, but like maybe there's like a Marrow.
Oh, sorry, not lionheart. I meant
Osmond?
Yeah, Osmond.
I bet you there might be like Happy Hunter.
Like Linda, like that's what I meant, lionheart.
There might be like a Robin paper. There might be I don't know.
But yeah, like Jaune playing God with people's
Marrow
lives and
and
singularly
Clover.
dedicated to uniting
Harriet.
the citizens. Yeah. Like, I think that makes sense. You know?
Yes.
But yeah, and Yang is just, look at Yang's face. I just love all her little facial expressions. It makes me so happy. Damn it, Jaune, this isn't a plan, it's a to-do list. We can be frustrated later. Right now, Jaune needs us and we need him. We just
Also,
can't count
look
on
at
him.
look at how freaking adorable Little is. Look at those chubby cheeks. Oh, little baby just eating.
Yeah.
I love them so.
But I think what's interesting is like, Weiss is saying, who does that leave us with? We need someone to guide us, or we could get thrown back in time or killed by the tree.
And then Little looks to RWBY.
Yeah,
which people have been pointing out that a lot of people are like concerned for how RWBY feels, but like Little is also very as goofy and unaware as Little can sometimes be. They are very connected to RWBY's emotions.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, but I mentioned that a couple episodes ago that Little was actually like copying RWBY and like doing those little things. So I think all those little things were definitely build up for this idea that like Little is very perceptive to how RWBY feels. And I don't know, I mean, I'm sure lots of people noticed it, but like when RWBY, like, she's down looking sad, Little looks down and sad too, right?
Oh.
So I think
I want a rat now. This is so upsetting.
God.
I either want a rat or I want big floppy mouse ears.
Yeah.
I need this in my life.
But yeah, you can see that RWBY is like, what is this bullshit, right? And then Weiss says, who does that leave us with, right? And then RWBY says, well, if that's how everybody... I wonder what she was gonna say. Like, well, if that's how everyone feels, like, what should they do? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because people are kind of talking about their emotions, but not necessarily...
Like, I wonder
no one's
what she was
coming
gonna
with
say.
Solutions.
You know? Like,
Maybe it's almost the idea that people are, and that's kind of, it shows up later, but then the idea that RWBY doesn't want to be in charge now and is sick of having to come up with ideas and solve everybody's problems for them. So this almost feels like a preemptive to that, of like, oh, like, yo, you're going to ask me again, I'm going to solve all your problems. I'm the wish-making factory.
I think it's also that they're being very sympathetic to Jaune, but they haven't been that way to her. Like, they're also understanding of Jaune, like Dara's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But
Is this a sandwich break?
Yeah. I think if RWBY was about to say, well, if that's how everyone dies, like, RWBY thinks they should just let it play out.
Yeah.
Weird.
They should try to sabotage it in some capacity.
Or, like, maybe she's thinking, if that's how everyone feels, we should just go get the cat. You know what I mean? You could have said that maybe as well.
Yes.
Like, that we should have stuck with the cat, because I think the point is that her and Weiss made the decision to go with Jaune. But, like, it was Weiss and RWBY, and now Weiss is like, we need someone to guide us, but I'm like, Weiss, you're the one who picked Jaune, bitch. Like, I know he was right there, and so that wasn't really a fair choice. Like, you know what I mean? But...
you picked Jaune,
It's
bitch.
funny that Weiss is like, we need someone to guide us, and it's like, well, you guys could have picked the cat, right? Like, RWBY was kind of... like, complacent with whatever Weiss decided, and I know Jaune was right there, but like, Weiss, you could have picked the cat, so I think that that's kind of something that she was gonna say, right? That she was gonna snap at Weiss, well, if that's how everyone feels, why did we pick Jaune instead of the cat? Like, I could see, you know, like, her saying something like that could have been fun, but yeah. And so the traditional paper, as they're called in the subtitles, says, the great tree does not kill. That's what we keep trying to tell him, but our hero still insists that we never ascend. And Weiss is like, what? And Ruby's just like, sure, interrupt me, bitch.
Ruby's just like, all around me are familiar.
Yeah, I know, even the fucking paper pleaser interrupts her. But anyway, I do not wish to be rude, but our work has been completed for some time. Because of this, the land is beautiful. Also, do they no longer have the map? Did they leave it here? We'll have to check that after.
Yeah. I think Jaune might have grabbed it on his way out.
Because of us, the land is beautiful, and we have realized that, like ourselves, it's also very delicate. We would like to make something that is pleasing, but also resilient. Because of this, we are ready to leave ourselves and merge with the tree. So that
we're going to come back as the corrugated sheet metal people.
Oh, God.
Pleasers.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the Three Little Pigs, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Right? So what Jaune is doing is, like, killing the wolf and the Three Little Pigs instead of getting the pigs learning they have to make a stronger house. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I guess that's a different... Or maybe that's the same moral as the original.
I mean, I think so, yeah.
Don't be a dipshit, make a good house.
Yeah, we tried reaching out to the tree, but our hero forbade it. I think that we still have to keep going. Ruby's like, I don't want to listen to this shit. Yeah, so this is the tree reaching out to people, right? Like, this is a depiction of it, and the tree did that with Ruby. So I think that's interesting.
True.
Those are the leaves that Herb uses, and that is the same color as the Neo sugar in the episode. So I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of Neo just popping
pills, smoking that
the tea
herb.
back, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so yeah, John's like, no. I think it's so funny. He's like, no, right? And so then one of them,
wisest
in the village suggested breaking our physical form.
That's how I feel sometimes, like just the smartest person but also deeply, deeply dumb.
Oh man. Breaking our forms, but our hero is very clever and brave. He always keeps us from harm. You must understand. No. I love the little finger wag, the little no. Anyway.
I love how even though they're very frustrated with him, they can't talk back to him. They can't be mad at him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they've also...
It's honestly kind of Stepfordsy wives and very creepy.
I mean, also, Hunter, you have to keep in mind, Jaune has probably been doing this for, like, at least 10 years, right?
Presumably,
so
yeah.
They probably did try to tell him, and the first time he didn't listen, they gave up. You know what I'm saying? Like, they probably did.
Maybe at the beginning, they still needed to, they still had some beautification to be done.
Right.
But after a while, they started killing themselves.
They're probably also just not only being polite, it's probably also that, they tried to tell him, and they just... His reaction was so bad that they just didn't bring it up.
Mm-hmm. Which is sensible.
They were innovating new ways to die? Yeah, they were.
I also love how it's the wisest in the village. The wisest one of these guys are still going to be very dumb.
Yeah, I mean, they could have all jumped off the side of the dam, but...
Yeah, you'd think. Or, just do it all at once. I love the implication that, they've picked the wisest, and they're just still fumbling idiots. I relate to that so dearly.
I think it's interesting, though. Does no one in the Ever After have purposes that conflict? I mean, I would assume... If they do, they're far away enough that it doesn't matter.
I also find it interesting that all these people have the same purpose. None of them have individual purposes.
But that's kind of like the toy people, right?
I guess so, but we don't know what the toy people's purposes are.
Or the hunter mice and stuff. Not everyone has a grand purpose. Some of them, they're just living, you know?
just chilling.
Yeah. It could also be that the paper people thought that Jaune's purpose was to keep them safe, so they didn't want to,
Oh, yeah. They could, yeah.
Maybe the reason, Dar, is because, it usually wouldn't happen naturally, but if it does, that's where the Jabberwocker would eat them and they wouldn't ascend again. I'm assuming that, it does happen, Dar, but usually there is still failure. would say. Like, yes, sometimes purposes conflict, but like most Everaftians are not like Jaune, where Jaune has made a list of the same things that happen every day and follows the list, right? Like, I'm sure, like, I know what you're saying, Dar, in terms of like, well, like how does this not happen in nature? But like, somebody probably wouldn't do this every day, if that makes sense. Like, somebody, they'd probably like Jaune oversleeping, for example, is just a natural way to fail. There's always a failure, you know? So I think that, like, things, like, nobody's ever perfect. Jaune would have just failed eventually. So, yeah.
He's done a pretty good job for, like, years at this point.
So that's
really.
what I would say, that purposes do conflict sometimes, but sometimes, like, it's just that the other side wins. Yeah, the Red King's purpose was to play his game and never lose, and he lost, yeah. And so they just remade him when he lost, right? But I know what Dar means in terms of that these people are stuck in, like, a stasis. You know what I mean? Like, they're stuck in, like, limbo. But I'm basically saying that, like, I'm sure that sometimes, like, if this was a character in the Ever After, I'm sure that they would just, like, what if Jaune got sick or something? Like, what if he got the flu? Like, what if he's, like, shitting himself in the outhouse? You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that would happen. Like, the world would just do something. Like, eventually something would happen. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I like what Light said. He commodified and dismissed them. Yeah, exactly. Like, Jaune's kind of not treating them like people because he... See, that's the thing about Jaune. Alright? Jaune's like, Alex is cruel. Alex thought that this was all just make-believe. But I'm like, but aren't you doing that too, Jaune? Because you're not actually seeing them as people. You're seeing them, you're infantilizing them. Right?
Yes.
You know? So I think that's interesting.
You're not listening to them or what they feel or any of that, really.
But yeah. But yeah, Weiss says, what, don't be sad. The Wisest are gonna topple the Pebble Tower today. I'm sure it will break this time. And then Weiss is like, what makes you so sure? Return home, huh? Well, first there's like, we just want to return home so that we can carry on our work, right? So I think Yang is, like, relating to that they want to return home, too. They just need to accept that, like, there's a different kind of home, you know? And so, yeah, Weiss is like, what makes you so sure? And it says nothing, like, nothing makes me sure. We just have hope. We're just believing, right? Exactly. The paper pleasers are stuck in perpetual childhood and Jaune refuses to let them move on. That's basically what it is, right? He's letting them, they'll never learn.
Yeah, he's become like a helicopter parent.
Well, yeah, in a sense, right? Like, they'll never learn from the consequences of their actions if they keep, right? Like, the whole point of, like, the Three Little Pigs is that the house was structurally unstable when it's made out of straw, right? Is that it's, like, not good building for a house, right? The whole point of that is that they learn, right? That they learn that they need a brick house, you know? And so I think that that's sort of the idea here, is that Jaune is preventing people from having the consequences of their action. Like, Jaune is preventing the consequences of people's actions to actually affect them, you know? And that's part of the problem. And you see Ruby? I think Ruby's like...
Look at how it waddles away.
Ruby's just like, man...
Ruby's not paying attention.
That's why Ruby calls them Jaune's make-believe friends later. He goes against their wishes and protects his old friends, projects his old friends upon them. They were not really his friends. Yeah, I think that that's a good point, too. Is that Alex, like, he's like, oh, Alex treated this world like it was all make-believe. And I'm like, but what are you doing?
Yeah,
like, what are you doing?
True. It's a bit of projection, isn't it?
That's why I'm starting to think Jaune is sussy. Like, what could have Alex
Jaune
done?
Either.
Like, what could have Alex done to make it more make-believe? You know what I mean?
No, you are right. It is, yeah, it is deeply, deeply questionable. But I'm still not inclined to say that he's irredeemable yet.
Oh no, I don't think Jaune's irredeemable. I mean, I think
I know what you're saying.
Like,
but like earlier, we were worried about that, whereas now I feel less.
Oh, you mean
I feel
earlier
more
in
secure.
the season? I see.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas now I feel more secure that, like, no, he has his issues.
Yeah.
But he's not irredeemable. This isn't his, like, villain.
But yeah, I thought you meant me. And Yang's like, that's so sad. It's weird, but it's sad. That means Jaune might not totally be right about the tree. It's not death, it's rebirth. From a certain perspective, maybe, but what happened to Lewis then? Jaune said, right? And so that's interesting, because now they're talking about what happened to Lewis, and it's probably Alex is the one who ascended, which means, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which we think it may be Alex that actually ascended, right? But Jaune wasn't there. The cat wasn't even there. None of us know the full story yet, and we'll never learn anything babysitting these villagers. And I'm like, you're right, Yang. You're right, Yang, and you should say it. But I have to pee.
You're right, Yang.
So, hold
room
on.
tour?
Huh?
Room tour?
I mean, I guess just don't show them anything that can get me in trouble, okay?
Like what? Like, there's nothing in my room
don't
that's
pull out, like, your vibrators or something, you know?
I'm not gonna, first off, before marriage, never.
Okay, I'll be back.
How dare her imply that I would show... Cal has very little faith in me. It's distressing. I mean, I guess I can, because I really don't... Because whereas before I could kind of, like, move the things around, now I really can't. So I guess we're just doing a tour. I'm not gonna... Oh, here's something you might like. You can kind of see it in the background of Cal's videos, but we both have the same signed poster of all the RWBY cast members. We got that a number of years back when they came into Toronto. Oh, here's another Cal-related thing. Cal made me that in, like, high school. It's meant to be the papu tree from, the fruit of the papu tree from Kingdom Hearts. And it's the only Kingdom Hearts thing that I can remember, even though she made me play all of those games. Oh, and then there's the RWBY girls. We actually, both me and Cal, have gotten that Cinder figure signed by Jessica Negri, which was sort of nice. What else? Oh, Cal once got me this figure of Sailor Venus from Sailor Moon, thinking that it was indeed Sailor Moon, like it was Serena, or Usagi, I guess is her original Japanese name. It's not, it's Sailor Venus. She did not know the difference, which is like the rudest, like how could you? It's so terrible. Oh, also, that's not normally up there. Like I wanted to replace the Game of Thrones poster with that, because the flag has become a little more significant to my life than Game of Thrones in the past couple of years. But I'm lazy, and I haven't gotten around to hanging it yet. So now it's just kind of awkwardly on the ground or haphazardly hung up as it is now. I can kind of hear that Cal is in the room again. Hello?
Oh yeah, I was just eating my sandwich, you know?
Oh my goodness, okay. I think I'm done with show and tell.
Oh, okay. Well, just talk to them for a minute. I have to fill up my water bottle.
Oh my goodness, okay. What else do we got for show and tell? Oh, Cal got me that... I don't know if you can see him. Wait, no. There he is. That little Squirtle. Cal got me that Squirtle. It was so cute. She said that she couldn't find the Eevee, which is like, that's the superior Pokemon. What else? Oh, we have, you guys probably saw this earlier, but I have the girlfriend. I got these, like, I think before Volume 4 even released, like a long-ass time ago. And some of them are kind of crinkled because before I got frames for them, I just, like, I did the teenager thing where you don't have money, so you just, like sticky tack or I guess tape your posters up to the wall. Huh. So my copy, I showed over here all the RWBY books. That copy of Fairy Tales of Remnant is actually Cal's copy. She gave it to me, but then never requested it back. So I stole that from them. Kinda awkward. Are you coughing? You okay? What else?
I've been eating the same sandwich for like 3 hours.
Yeah, like how is that safe? That luncheon meat's not going to be good anymore.
hasn't been that long.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I have Rocky from Nomad of Nowhere. That's definitely never getting renewed, and we won't ever know how that show ended. That was a shame. Nomad of Nowhere was great.
Okay, everybody.
Oh, we're back? Okay. Whoop. Oh, thought I knocked over the ukulele. I hope you all enjoyed Show and Tell.
There we go.
So you're never going to get another view of my bedroom.
Thief? Very Romanesque thief?
Oh, yeah. Not important.
Well, I mean, Roman is... You have a Roman figure, don't you?
I do, but it's not up right now. I should give it to you. I feel like you'd get more use out of the Roman figure.
I'm kind of sad that I never bought the Roman figure.
I have it. I'll give it to you. I also have a Pura figure that I never opened.
I followed you on TikTok, Cal. That's nice. I don't post on there at all. Very much at all. Or at all.
I had to delete TikTok off of my phone
also,
just because like it'd be the worst social media.
My hair is popping off today. Let me just say. Now that I'm seeing myself in the capture again. Anyway.
I don't know what it looks like, so I can't comment.
Anyway.
It's just good. I feel like it looked better before.
It's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna have to trust you there.
Oh, you're still streaming? Apparently. Anyway, so yeah. But how? He's clearly not all there. We have to convince Jaune to let them go. And I love how Yang's like, you know, none of us we won't learn anything if we keep babysitting these villagers. We have to convince Jaune to let them go. But how? He's clearly not all there. And I love how Weiss is like, I love Weiss's little expressions. Like, I think they're just so good.
I like this man is mentally unwell.
Yeah.
I like the little food they make them. It's like little snacks. It looks so nice.
And Jaune's like, is that what you think? Which is... And then he walks away. So yeah, so who got the map then? Did the map drown with the town? Because none of them grabbed it.
Did you go back and check to see?
I'm looking.
If
Look.
Jaune grabbed it?
Look right now. So it's on top of the tarts, right? And then...
or under the tarts.
Jaune leaves, and I don't know if anyone grabbed it. So, like, that map would die with the town.
Huh.
Calxiyn, by the way, I read your Cinderella fanfic on Archive of Our Own, and I can say I ship Neo and Fox. You converted me. I'm glad, because that's probably, like... I'm not going to say it's the worst one, but that is probably the worst one out of the three.
It's the worst one.
Yeah, like, it's probably the worst.
It's the least good.
It's not, like, bad, but it's, like, the least good out of the three. So
it's the least interesting, because the characters have the least to do, and it's, like, the fairy tale setting limits it. But
I would highly recommend the other fanfics that I have, if you enjoyed it, though. Like, because the other ones are much better.
Fall?
Please read the better one. It's after one thing. It's after one thing. But yeah, I appreciate that though, Rin. Thank you. I still appreciate it. I'm just like, oh no, they read the worst one. We have to make sure that they read the good one.
We have one that's much better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to remake that Cinderella one and
100 times better. And have Let's not.
Well, no, I want, like, Neo to be, like, a thief or something. Because I think that'd be more fun instead of her just being sad. Like, you know what I mean? Instead of her being, like, sad Cinderella, I want to make, like, her and Roman are both thieves already. And they're planning a heist. Like, something like that.
Yeah, I dig that.
Which would be better. Like, that's how I plan to, like, if I do all the fairy tales eventually, that's how I plan to fix it. Just, like... All of that. Just like I have this one Fox and Neo where like Neo is a siren, but obviously like she can't sing people to their death, so she has to find like creative methods to kill people, and like that's the Little Mermaid retelling, is that it kind of like with a twist, you know what I'm saying?
I gotcha.
We need a twist. But yeah, if you like the Cinderella one, read the other ones. They're better. They're good.
They're better. I would agree. As someone who has read all of them, the later ones are superior.
Okay. But what if the cat was telling the truth? Maybe not about everything, but about the tree. The tree is the last thing you should listen to them about. They're doing what they're designed to do. They don't care what happens when you get there. We're not listening to them being the cat. We're listening to the afterents, and they're telling us the tree is nothing to be afraid of, that they want to go. And I like how, like, Blake is, like, fighting for these people, because something that they've said in previous volumes, like, something that has been said about previous volumes of RWBY in terms of Blake, is that, like, she kind of lost her sense of, like, I don't want to say activism, but that she kind of lost that a little bit, like, in terms of her character. Like, really fighting for people, you know? Like, and so it's nice to see Blake fight for people again, is what I'm saying. I got lost there. I got lost there for a minute.
Yeah. I was also looking at the chat, so I kind of got distracted too, if I'm entirely honest.
But yeah.
Whoops.
So, like, to see Blake actually, like, fight for people, because I've never seen Blake as necessarily, like, fighting just for the fun. It's like she fights for people that are oppressed and, like, an advocate, you know what I mean? So I like that she's
yeah, it would make sense that she would be the one to advocate on behalf of the people pleasers.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing to advocate on. Like, let these people kill themselves, Jaune.
Yeah! Anyway. And Jaune says they don't know what they want. You've seen the way they act. Nothing here is straightforward, okay? Afterins are all either too clever, too stupid, or too crazy to trust. And, like, they all, like... Look at them. They're so sad. You know?
Yeah, it's like he's being kind of mean to them. And yeah, it's which, I mean, I know this is unrelated, but, like, oh my god, like, they're so, I love how expressive they can be despite having no face and no real details.
What sucks is, like, even though... How do I explain this? The reason why they're too stupid is because of Jaune. Like, that is why they are too stupid, because Jaune won't let them learn from their mistakes and change, right?
He won't let them evolve. He wants things to be exactly the way they are.
And that's why they're too stupid. Like, I don't think all people in the Ever After are too stupid. Like, he just thinks that they're stupid because he won't let them change. You know?
Like, he just doesn't, he feels that way from his perspective, because he doesn't buy into their notion of reincarnation.
Sorry, I'm still chewing.
It's okay. I can't see you right now, so I imagine knowing you, it's probably like a little dainty sandwich, but I imagine you're just mowing down on a giant hoagie, or like some comically large, like, Scooby-Doo sandwich.
It's almost done.
I imagine it must be really difficult at Subway when, like, Shaggy and Scooby shows up. And they're just like, oh, fuck, not this guy again.
I wish you could read, Hunter, because then you could carry us on, but I don't know if you can see the text.
Regrettably, no, I can't see the text. All I see is the screenshot. The over-the-shoulder of Jaune with his sword looking at Team RWBY.
No, I mean if you open the stream.
Oh. Oh, I can, but it's so tiny. I would be... And also, it's back a little. Let me see for a second. Yeah, it's so tiny, the resolution isn't, like, I can't read it.
Can the chat not read it?
I don't know, maybe they can't. Maybe they don't, like... Maybe that's more for us than them. It might be improved from zooming in a bit, but right now I can't see it as it is.
Okay. But yeah.
This is a really, like, bizarre... This is such a bizarre stream. I'm not in the room. You're eating a whole ass sandwich.
I'm done now.
This is a bizarre stream. We actually start, like, clipping my toenails or doing my nails or something unrelated as well.
Dar, you can't read it? Probably if people are on the computer, they can read it.
I mean, I'm on a computer, and maybe my computer's just crap. It might be, but...
But yeah, like, I guess it is just more for us.
See my You can see my laptop background.
You're barely reading the chat. You want us to read the transcript? I don't want the chat to read it. I'm just asking. I was wondering, like, if you guys can read it, or if it's just useless to have it up there, because I thought it was helpful to have it up so you guys could see where we are. But if you guys can't even read it, then I'm like, is this my fault? No, I don't want you guys. I don't want the chat to read it. I don't want you guys to read it. I was just concerned with, like, this idea that we've had that up for you guys, but can none of you guys read it? Like, did I not beta test this well enough? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if I full screen it on my computer at a higher resolution, I can read it. But I didn't test it for, like, mobile phones, so sorry. Anyway, then why do you care so much about this village? Because I can actually protect these people. And so I just love, like, Jaune's, like, desperation, you know?
Miles Luna did a great job voicing him this episode. He went off.
But yeah, that's weird that you guys can't read it, because I can read it, again, on my computer, but it's my computer, that's why. But anyway, and so then the Jabberwockers break down Jaune's house. Which is so fucked, because at first I thought that was a different house. And so, like, the house that Neo was living in, like, just exploded. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that she was, like, living in there and nobody noticed. But anyway.
Yeah, it's just like, if they were still in there, would they have all been mauled by the
But yeah, it's just the Jabberwockers.
I love how they all run, like they want to die until that comes.
Well, yeah,
maybe
because
they'd, like,
they won't
try
be
to find
able
another way to commit suicide.
But it's because they won't be able to ascend if they get eaten. So they have to, like, they're running to find a different way. It's like, oh, we gotta get the tower. See, I think you can actually, I don't think that you can see any of them do this, but I think that they're all trying to run toward the tower. But, like, look at, like, Ruby and how she's just standing there. Like, everyone else has moved and she's just all alone. I feel like that's pretty representative of what's going on, right? So Blake says, White says, if the walkers make it down here, the Afterins will never ascend, and we won't run this time. And I like how, like, she gives a look to Yang, and Yang nods, and then Ruby's just there, like, all alone. And Little's like, what's wrong with you?
Little are like, what's wrong, my RV? My primary modes of transportation. Are you feeling okay? Do you need an oil change? You know what E.C. Myers spin-off novel I want?
Oh man.
I want a children's picture book that's all about Little.
Yeah, so I love the Jabberwockers here. I love, like, the fight choreography was so good. Luckily we have a fight now, so I can, like, you know, go through the fight a little. But yeah, I love the fight choreography. I love, like, how Neo's semblance, like, look at this. This is really cool. How it, like, falls into little, like, shards or, like, pieces or something.
Yeah, that is very creepy. I was glad that we finally, I feel like there was a bit of action in the first episode, and then in the third episode, I believe we got the castle fight or the chess fight, which was amazing. And this was a pretty great fight scene as well. It's been a little sparse, so I'm hoping that in these last couple episodes, they're kind of action heavy.
Yeah, I mean, I do think next episode is going to be all Neo, but, like,
you could have some action there.
Oh my god, guys, imagine if we see, like, old Neo and Roman fighting stuff, like, back when they did the crime. But
I really hope they do. I really hope that when, like, Yang fights Neo again, which is presumably going to happen soon, she does that backflip thing into a sitting position with her parasol out, like she does in Volume 2.
Yeah.
As like a throwback. Because that was, like, the iconic Neo moment for a very long time.
I
also just want her to turn into Pure already. She's gonna die soon without really traumatizing Jaune, and I think that would be a mistake.
The fight choreography, like, I didn't want to say this on Twitter because I wasn't sure if it was true, but now I do think it was true. I think that these are the best fights, the best that the show has been fight scene-wise in a really long time.
Oh, well, Volume 8 and 7 and 6 were really good.
But, like, no. Like, these are, like, they're so much cleaner
than people, I disagree.
Oscar standing around and letting Neo punch him in the face. Like, we are gone from those days. You know what I mean?
Well, was that, like, a big set-piece fight scene, or was that just like, a scuffle?
Like,
that was more a chase, you know?
But that was during the Juniper thing. Like, there were just stupid moments during some of the Volume 7 and 8 fights. Like, there was just some dumb shit happened where characters were standing around and looking. Like, these are actually very, like, tightly choreographed. Like, I mean, Oscar's the easiest one. You know what I mean? Like, Oscar's the easiest one to pick on, but the fact that Oscar just stood there and let Neo hit him.
In the hall?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, yeah, because he's, like, awkward. He's not as good a fighter as the rest of them, so it makes sense that it
wasn't even him fighting, though. He just stood there and let it happen, Hunter. He didn't even try to run away.
What? No, I remember. Wasn't there a fight in the hallway?
No, there was a fight, but I'm saying what I'm talking about is that Oscar is standing at the end of the hallway, looks at Neo, sees that Neo is running towards him, and he doesn't even, like, try to guard himself or anything. He just lets Neo punch him right in the face. Like, I think Neo in that fight scene is great. Like, Neo in that fight scene is fine, but, like, the actual, like...
You just don't want Oscar to get, like, surprise attacked and punched in the face?
Oh, sorry, the other way around. It was Oscar that hit Neo. Yeah, okay, so it was the other way. So Neo stood there and let Oscar hit her.
To correctly remember this fight scene.
I think Neo was in disguise, Hunter, so that may be why I'm confused. But yeah, anyway.
I don't need to pit queens against each other.
Yeah, it's because Neo was in disguise. That's why I can't remember. So yeah, anyway.
Like, Volume 4 was a little F.
Neo let Oscar hit her for no reason. Like, there were little weird things.
7 and 8 are great.
Now that's the exact opposite of what happened. Well, she was in disguise, so now I can't remember. Like, I can't remember. That's not my fault. But yeah,
So maybe you can just compliment this season.
Right. The chat correcting me doesn't mean I'm wrong. I'm still right about the dumb thing that happened. It just means it happened to someone else.
I love how you waited 2 years later to broach this grievance.
No, I didn't. I probably said it back then, too.
Okay. I don't recall
But yeah, like, my point is...
Probably on me.
My point is that Neo let Oscar punch her in the face, and there have been some silly little things. Even in Volume 8, there were some silly little things.
Like what? What was the silly little things in Volume 8?
Yeah, Lumin is saying, like, yeah, she has a point. There were too many times where characters would just stand in place and wait for their cue to come in. Exactly. Like, Oscar, you can't be serious about Juniper versus Ironwood getting jumped.
I don't know. Anyways, I really liked Volume 7
for good RWBY fight scenes. Yeah, exactly. I think that Volume 7 was fine. Volume 8 was a little questionable. There were some questionable things that happened.
Yeah.
Watts versus Ironwood was great. That was a miscommunication, but, like, just because it was a miscommunication doesn't mean it's okay. Like, no one ever fixed it. They could have, like, I don't know, they could have re-rigged it so Oscar was behind a wall or something, but, like, they never fixed it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just because it was a miscommunication, it's a miscommunication that still made it in the final product. No, just, I think that they said it later, but I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, even though it was a miscommunication, no one ever bothered to make, like, a slight adjustment to make it work. Even though, like, you could have just had Oscar hiding. I don't know.
Yeah.
The entire Volume 8 finale, how they jumped Ironwood and 5 minutes later, Ironwood tries to solo Winter, like, yeah.
I mean, the jumping Ironwood thing was more of a surprise of like, oh, they're not actually handing over. But like the Hound fights, the Penny versus Neo versus Cinder versus Maria fight, the final fight on the bridges.
But yeah, like I just feel like the actual choreography is better.
The everyone versus Salem fight scene, like they were great fight scenes in Volume 8. I was not aware, because I knew people didn't love the fight scenes in 4, and I understand that people, like, there was a definite deficit in 5, but like I didn't realize people felt that strongly about
I think it's just 8 that it feels clunky. Like, it's like in concept they're okay, but they feel a little clunky.
Okay, well,
you know
I guess that's a difference of opinion.
They lost that choreographer that, like, could do, like, the like, Sun's, like, weapons really good. I don't remember who it is.
Oh.
Melanie, I think, maybe? Or, like, anyway, so I think that's what happened. Like, something happened. asking them to go back and reanimate it would be asking a lot. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
but like a lot of people reanimate for like DVD releases. So
yeah, like for the DVD release, couldn't they like
anime
tuck
does
Oscar
that? I don't
behind
know
a
if
wall
Western
or
animation
something?
does.
Like I don't know. I don't know if it's. Oh, it was Kim Newman. Yeah. So like they lost Kim Newman, and that's when everything got questionable. But yeah, I mean,
yet Kim Newman's not there, and this volume's fight scenes have been great.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that like now I think they're getting their shit back together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, and so like okay, so Eon in the chat earlier said that there's a lot of Jaune Weiss pair up. Here's what I think. A mistake like that shouldn't have made it past storyboarding. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys can't excuse it as a miscommunication when it got all the way far. Like, you know what I mean?
I guess I just never noticed it, but also I haven't rewatched Volume 8 as much as I've rewatched other volumes.
RWBY has better fights when it's not humans versus humans? Well, that's interesting. But there was the Vital Festival. I thought the Vital Festival was good. But yeah,
oh my god, I disagree with that totally. Like the Team RWBY versus Tyrion fight, the Crow versus Tyrion fight at the end of Volume 7, the Team RWBY versus the Aesop's fight at the end of Volume 7. God, what else? The Raven versus Cinder fight at the end of Volume 5.
Listen,
there's a lot of
the
really
chat
good
said it. I didn't say it. The chat said it.
I know, and I'm fighting with them anyways.
You're arguing with them, you mean?
Yes, I am.
You said you're siding with them.
Oh, sorry. I meant no. I said fighting.
Oh,
maybe
fighting with them. Oh, okay, yeah. You just got cut off. Okay.
The
so
Blake and Yang versus Adam fight. I can continue.
Here's the thing. Okay. About Jaune and Weiss. I think that Jaune and Weiss are just together because Blake and Yang are together.
Yang
you know what
together.
I mean? Like, because
And
RWBY doesn't fight.
Around.
Because RWBY doesn't fight, like, Weiss and Jaune is the default. After we watched this episode, I did turn to Hunter and I said, White Knight Copium, question mark? Like, I was like, are they trying to do White Knight?
I don't think so.
You know what I mean? So I was like, but I don't think so. I think it's just a byproduct. Like, because Yang and Blake are
so
fighting
mature,
together.
Joe, and then it's how they had to do it.
Yeah.
Because they wanted, like, a team fight. That's the only other person available.
But yeah, like, Jaune is replacing RWBY here. I don't think it's like, I don't think there's White Knight situations happening. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure the White Knight chippers are happy, but I don't think that there's, like, I don't think that there's intentional...
No reason to get that excited about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you can, be excited if you want, but...
Oh, yeah. I love this fight scene also. Like, it's so fluid. I love the long takes. I love the like the team ups. There's one scene later where Jaune loses his sword and then Weiss shoots it back to him, and then instead of grabbing it, he just slaps it with his shield, and it like throws in and kills one of the Jabberwockers.
I have the screenshots, Hunter. We can look.
I know, but it's so.
I love Blake doing a backflip. Like I love her like Kingdom Hearts Aqua moves that she has all the time. Like I love how they work together here. I thought that was great.
Yeah, I love how Yang just throws Blake out all the time. Just like whips her across the room.
And I like how Yang's semblance looks here. I think that that's really cool. Because I guess she did get hit a little bit, so she could activate it then. But yeah, I like Yang just kicking the Jabberwocker in the face. I like pulling back on the horn. That was really cool. Like Yang doing this move. It's just like the choreography, the actual moves that they're using. It felt like so clean and a lot like more like that video game fight choreography. You know what I mean? Also, it's funny that Jaune has been so dedicated to protecting the paper people that he still has dust. Yeah, exactly. This man has not been in a real fight in a while, I'm assuming. Like, also, I mean, we don't know if the shield is dust, but I guess it kind of has to be, right? So yeah, he still has dust after all this time. So this one that Weiss knocks into the water...
And yet he's still good at fighting.
Oh,
so, like, he's still tasty in a fight. Even though he's using a broken weapon.
I mean,
like,
he's probably also tried to, like, prevent? Because, like, why was Jaune in the market that day? Like, I guess he was exploring,
Yeah.
right? So I'm
guess so.
assuming that, like, Jaune tries to not use dust when he can help it as well, because he does seem to go after the Jabberwockers sometimes. But yeah, like...
That's true. It is weird, though, that, like, he's with the paper pleasers, and at no point did the paper pleasers come out with, like, WD-40 and wipe the rust off of all of his armor. You know?
I guess. But, like, you can't wipe rust off, can you? Like, if
Well, you
something
can.
gets...
No,
But if
yeah,
something gets
you can-
rusty, then, like, you know, you have to kind of replace it eventually, don't you?
No, you can, off of, like, a solid piece of metal like that, like, if you have an axe head and the axe head is rusty, you can clean the rust
But
off.
won't it be corroded eventually? That's what I mean. Like, it still causes
I
damage,
mean,
right?
if it's rusted down to nothing, but if it's just, like, a little shabby, no, you can, like, clean it. You can clean the rust off of stuff.
Still, I don't know.
I know this! You're not...
No,
that's not how
I'm
it works.
saying, like, but, like, in his case, like, he doesn't have access to that sort of stuff, so trying to clean it probably wouldn't...
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that
help.
the paper pleasers could make WD-40.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, rust, you can't just, like, unrust everything over and over again and just, like, it'll stay that way forever, like it's brand new. Like, there still takes damage. You can clean it, but, like, I don't think that, like, they have the ability to clean stuff like that, you know? In here.
Mhm.
But
I guess not. I mean, you could also use, like, Coca-Cola or, like, lemon sauce.
Hunter, where are they gonna get that stuff? But yeah, you can fix
I don't know. You could fix things.
Cal being wrong. Well, anyway, but I wasn't saying that Hunter's wrong about the WD-40. I'm just saying that, like, there would still be, like, damage. Like, you know, when stuff gets rusty, it still damages the metal, even though even though you can clean rust, just because you clean rust on stuff doesn't mean that it's gonna restore it to its perfect brand new state. You know what I mean? Like, it's still gonna cause damage, and then over time, if you just keep... Like, that's why stuff eventually has to be replaced. Even if you clean the rust, right, over and over and over again, the fact that it gets rusty in the first place causes damage.
He should also, like, polish and wax and upkeep his armor.
And so what I'm saying is, it's like, sometimes there's no amount of chemical. Like, he's not, like, maintaining shit, like, you know? Cal is right here?
So.
Yeah, thank you. Like, it would damage over time. Like, you can't keep things perfectly preserved forever.
Yeah, but you could do things to make it so that in 10 years it would still be pretty alright.
Yeah,
especially large
I just
plates
don't think
of metal,
he can.
You know?
I think that he's just... I don't think they have probably anything like that.
That's how you stop the paper pleasers from killing themselves. Just demand they invent WD-40 for you.
Buff it out with sandpaper. Oh, dear.
I love how everyone's become, like, a woodworking expert. Anyways.
But yeah, like, so Weiss knocks this one into the water, and that's the one that attacks RWBY later, which is a nice little detail, right? And so I just love, like, this fight with, like, the glyphs and stuff. I like,
and this is the scene. It's him losing his sword.
No, but, like, is this just an impact mark, or was that dust?
Yeah, it's an impact. No,
Okay.
it's an impact, I think, like sparks.
Pretty sure the actual metal turns into rust, so removing rust makes the armor thinner. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say. Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say.
If it corroded all the way, but you can stop the corrosion with different. Anyways, unimportant. There was you missed a cool scene where he, like, bashed it back into it.
I didn't miss it. I'm showing the chat. Look, it's cool.
I know, but, like, it's so great.
I feel like another character did that, but I can't remember.
I don't know, but it is very cash money of him. It is very sexy of him to do that.
Can I leave you with the chat again?
Sure. Are you peeing again? Are you getting another sandwich?
I need more water.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I have other things to show and tell with.
Oh, okay.
Okay, class, back to Hunter's show and tell. I had a friend a number of years ago who I've lost track with, who was the one that showed me RWBY, actually. And this was before I think I met Cal. And one time they made me these, which are little keychains. And they were like, well, who are my favorite characters? And at the time I said Neo, Cinder, and Yang. Which, I don't know if that stayed true. Yeah, I'd say that stayed true. I mean, now I would put Penny in there, you know? But I've never used them as actual keychains because I feel like they're very flimsy because they're just plate paper that has been like sealed. Xeroxed, I think is the phrase. I wonder how old these are now. I can't remember. And then there's Neo. I wonder, yeah, maybe I was on Neo. Like now Cal's all like Neo Hive and everything. I feel like I was probably original Neo Hive. I have another thing that same friend did back here. Which, by the way, does anybody remember when RWBY made a board game? I spent like $75 being a backer for that board game. Then I got the board game, and it's so confusing, and I never actually played it, although I did try. But part of what they got were these like little... Oh, this one's Roman. Cal might like that, but it's little... I have all the other ones here. Like little crappy kind of bent art pieces for the game. Combat Ready, that's the name of the game. Yeah, they're not great. Oh yeah, this one's of RWBY. Her face looks kind of peculiar because she was never really drawn like that ever again. Unimportant. The same friend that did those also did these little art pieces, White Rose, Bumblebee, and then Crosshairs. And weirdly, the most romantic one is Crosshairs? I don't know. I have strong feelings about Crosshairs.
Hello.
Hello. I've showed you these before, right?
No.
Like, you've seen these. Oh.
No.
Remember Sarah? My old friend Sarah?
Yeah?
Yeah, they made these. Also, I remember this was a long time ago. They made me these little keychains, and they asked me what my favorite characters were.
Aww.
And I don't know if I ever showed you this, but it was a little baby Neo.
Aw, that's cute. No, I haven't seen that before.
Oh. Cal hasn't spent very much time in my bedroom, everyone.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
I have to remember to put this away later. Oh, also, a little Roman for your time.
Roman. Yeah, so then they're like, RWBY, because, she's not helping. But yeah, I like just like, so Yang gets her shit kicked in right here and flies backwards. And yeah, so then it like pans on RWBY. And I think this scene is interesting, right? Because you get to see like her perspective again. And how she's looking at her weapon, but she seems almost like dizzy, you know? Hunter, you good?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Like she
People
just...
are saying, I said Xeroxed, where I meant laminated, and I'm like, what does Xerox mean?
But yeah, so the
coffee. Oh, yeah, I meant laminated. Whoopsie daisies.
But yeah, so the Jabberwocker comes out of the water, and he says, wanting... Oh, wait, hold on. Death, hate, thinking, wanting, drooling, craving, tasting. And see, Little is like, right? And I like, there's a subtle, like, sweat bead on... on RWBY's forehead. Right there.
Oh, we all had COVID, Cal.
I know. Well, I've actually been sneezing a lot today, so I'm kind of scared.
Oh my
I'll
goodness.
take a test tomorrow.
Look, it's my sleep paralysis demon.
But yeah, so Cinder, like, okay, I would like to address the people that have been slandering Neapolitan, okay? People were saying that Neo was dirty for this. This was not Neo. Like, I don't know why people think that this was Neo. It was not Neo. It is RWBY's PTSD. There was no pink sparkles. There was no pixie dust. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Neo did not do this.
No, Misty Tinkle Woohoo.
Yeah.
That's just pure old-fashioned post-traumatic stress disorder.
So, like, this wasn't Neo. This was just...
Everyone in the chat is loving your sneezes, by the way.
I don't know why. Anyway. So, yeah. Like, I like how they gave the feeling of, like, her anxiety kicking in and everything. But, yeah, so this isn't, like, this isn't Neo who did this. It's, like, RWBY, her own mind is doing this, right? I also saw, like, how is Neo gonna be redeemed now? She committed mass murder. And I was like, but she didn't commit mass murder. They wanted to die. So I saw that comment and I was like, what do you mean? You're missing the point of the episode if you think that Neo just did a mass murder. She did them a favor. Like, anyway.
No, go back to Cinder, my queen. It's been so long since I've seen you.
You know, if the Neo fans are suffering, I can't imagine how the Cinder fans are feeling, knowing that they wouldn't see her in this volume at all.
Just to let you know, we are suffering. It's just that we suffer in silence. It's the worst part.
Neo literally killed people before anyway, but like, no, that doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, like, she didn't commit mass murder, and she did not hallucinate Salem's head on top of the Jabberwocker. This was purely RWBY. Especially because, like, Neo did not see this. So, like, there would be no way that for her to know, right? It could also be a function, we were speculating that a function of the Jabberwocker is showing people their deepest fears, but because Yang and Blake and, like, nobody else is seeing that, I do think it is just RWBY in her head. But yeah, you see, this is a sweat drop, not a teardrop, for the person that was asking. But yeah, then we see that scene of Salem.
Oh, there we go. Finally get to the Salem scene.
So I'm pretty sure this is all we're going to see of Salem this volume.
What? My evil mother.
What?
What
was that? What?
I'm crying for my evil mother, can't you tell? She's so pretty. I would.
Anyway. Sorry, I just had to check something. But yeah, and so I love how, like, the eyes go soulless like that. And, like, RWBY, they put these, like, veins in her eyes for the first time. Like, I think this is the first time I've ever seen, like, this effect in RWBY.
Wait, I'm leaning in so you all get to see my pores.
Yeah, see, Hunter?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. I see, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think that that's, like, really interesting. That's the first time we really see this effect ever. So I think that, like, it does a good job of capturing, like, the anxiety and everything. But yeah, like, I thought that this scene was really good. And it, like, unhinges his jaw. And then we see there's some sort of, like, I mean, I'm sure this is teeth, but it reminds me of, like, a trap, like a bear trap or something.
What it kind of reminded me of is we saw it together, didn't we?
A giant, what do you call it? Stapler remover.
Oh my god, it does kind of look like a staple remover. No, what a staple maneuver would be like. God, Hunter, you can't talk right today. It reminds me of from It. You've seen it too, like when Pennywise opens It. We watched It together.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we absolutely watched it together.
That was not me.
We watched it together.
We definitely didn't, Hunter. Like, I wouldn't watch a movie like that.
I could have sworn. Anyways, Pennywise the clown opens its mouth and, like, sucks in people's soul.
Yeah.
It gives me a similar vibe. Because, like, all the rows of teeth are revealed and very creepy. I could have sworn we saw it together.
We did not.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, you should. It's a great movie. You'd like it. It's very, like...
I probably wouldn't, but...
I mean, yeah, it's creepy. How dare people make vor jokes?
Anyway, so yeah, I like how they all beat up the Jabberwocker to protect RWBY. I thought that was really good.
Go team.
She's like clearly having a panic attack too, because you can see her chest like rise and fall, right? Yeah. And so yeah, you see that Yang is like concerned, like she's about to say something to her, but then like the Jabberwocker gets back up again, and now this is the best scene in the episode, guys. All right.
Oh my god.
I love how the Jabberwocker, like, it's funny because, like, you wonder why Neo did this instead of just deciding to attack again. Like, maybe she could sense that it was weak, and so she just decided to, like, you know what I mean? To deconstruct it. And I'm like, or did she just do this to fuck with them? But I love.
Oh, I love her pose too. She's kind of propped up.
Well, she's in like ballet.
Oh yeah.
Position.
But she's kind of leaning her back foot up a bit.
First position is when your feet are like this. Second position is when your feet are like this, and then like third position. Yeah, 5th? 3rd. Anyway, whatever. Like, 3rd position is when you're like this. So, like, she is in ballet position right now, which I think is great. I stand like that sometimes, too, because, like, I'm used to it.
You've been trained
So,
in the ballet.
yeah, that made me happy to see her standing, like, it is a very proper, like, villainous, but it's also, like, ballet position. She's just not turned out, right? Like, it's parallel. But anyway. And so I love this scene, because I'm like, what did she mean by this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's obvious. She's like, yeah, like, you got me, but you're next, right? Like, I'll get you next time. Ha ha ha. Like, it's obviously like a playful intimidation, but I'm like, but what do they mean by this?
She tried to murder them.
Hot.
I don't think there's anything.
Like, why did they,
anything playful about it.
I'm just saying.
You see, later when the dam explodes and everyone drowns, that's a metaphor for what just happened in your pants, Kaylin.
Anyway.
The second Neo looks at you in a stern manner and gives you that, like...
The chat made that joke already.
Okay, well, that's a shame.
But I'm just saying, why can't Neo be real? Like, you know, what's it gonna take? You know what I'm saying?
Why is it that you always wanted... Arnold's a really nice guy, but, like, you always want to date psychopaths. What is your issue?
I'm just saying, like... I had a dream last night. I posted this on Twitter. I had a dream last night that Arnold and I had a girlfriend and we were at like a festival or something. And I was like, our girlfriend, and it's like the Bugs Bunny.
I saw that.
So I'm like, I wonder if there's someone out there that is interested in both me and Arnold at the same time. It feels unlikely, but like, it could happen. And if they happened
weirder things
to be like Neo, I wouldn't complain that much. You know, I'm just saying.
Mutant psychotic?
Just too much information? What do you mean? Why?
Okay,
How is that too much information?
Chat. I'm going to tell you a story from back when me and Cal dated.
No.
It involves the movie Heathers.
I don't know what you're gonna say, so I don't want you to say it, because I'm afraid.
No, it's not bad. I mean, it's bad, but
yeah,
basically
why are you saying too much info? Like, it was a dream where there was a girl and we were on a date at a festival. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't anything weird.
No, Stream. At the time, Cal was like, Hunter, you know, I wish you were more like JT. Or no, JD.
Oh my god.
JD is a character from the movie Heathers. Oh, so
that's what you're talking about.
Yes. JD kills people.
Well,
at the end of the movie, JD tries to blow up a school.
Well, like,
that's the type of people. That's the type of people you're attracted to.
Oh, okay.
Arnold's a sweetheart. I have no idea how this, like, a lot. I would love to know how Arnold feels about it.
That story's fine. I thought Hunter was going to talk about something else. I thought it was going to be...
Oh, God.
I don't know. I thought it was going to be something
I'm afraid to know what other... I have some sense to not air your really dirty laundry.
Yeah. I thought it was like something else. But yeah, so we know where it started. That's not where it started. You guys are wrong.
They need to understand. Chat, it does get worse than that. It
never started with JD, though. The chat is wrong about that. Like, they think, oh, so that's where it started. Like, probably not.
Lelouch, L.
It probably started at Kovu, maybe? I know Kovu turns good by the end of the movie.
Everyone loves Kovu.
But, like, it was probably
Kovu,
somewhere. But no, but Kovu turns good, so I don't know if that works out.
Anyways.
Riku? I'm trying to think of the earliest villain I can remember being attracted to, but I don't think I was ever attracted to Riku.
L? You've mentioned L.
It was probably Lelouch then, or like L or something.
No, JD was before Lelouch.
No, JD must have been after Lelouch.
No, because you weren't in high school when you watched Code Geass.
L.
Yeah, that was
L.
before JD. Yeah.
Why is this relevant? Oh, It's because I was saying that
You Cal loves the evil villains.
Oh yeah, I was saying, what am I gonna take for me and Arnold to find a girlfriend who is like Neo? That's what I said. And someone was like, Polycal confirmed. Anyway.
And it's like, yeah, it's like you just have a thing, like whenever you talk about liking, and I feel the same way, but I'm less obvious with it, you know?
Yeah,
like you just love
my favorite characters are like Tartaglia and like Neo and Roman and Elle and Lelouch and
very Machiavellian, morally.
Or not Elle, you mean Light.
Questionable.
You mean Light.
Sorry, Light, not Light. Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Like,
sorry, not Elle, Light.
And so, like, Hunter made an analysis of where like Fox and like Legacy and like the nice characters fall into that. Yes, the lion. Okay, I'm not afraid to say it. Kovu is sexy. Okay, Kovu is hot. Okay.
Anyway, so Cal's a furry.
Tartaglia is a war criminal. Oh, I like Zuko too. Like, I mean, I was kind of old
one that
Avatar.
Was all right in the end.
Like, I was kind of old, like, I guess when I watched Avatar, but I'm like, I would have loved Zuko as a teenage girl.
Oh god, who else was it? The only person I think that you really liked that never had like a bad bone was like Lelouch. Oh, sorry, it was
Legacy?
Yeah, Legoshi, sorry.
But
so many L names. L, Light,
but
Lelouch,
Legacy gets violent though.
He tries to eat people though,
like,
so yeah.
Legacy gets violent towards other people though in the show.
And he tries to vor his girlfriend.
Okay, well that's not. Anyway, like Legacy.
So you're furry and you're into vor.
Legacy fights like the lions and stuff. Sorry, Beastar spoilers, I guess. Question mark. I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
He does do that. And like Fox casually like mentions killing people is okay, like in the RWBY book.
Anyways, away from your dating.
Guys, what do you mean, Dar? I'm just saying, I know that the breakdown's coming, but can we please listen? Okay, Neo has not shown up since episode 3. So I would just like to have a minute where we talk about like how hot Neo is and how I wish that she was around.
Dar was like me during the Bumblebee episode, where I was like screaming, crying, pissing my pants that you wouldn't just let to.
I'm just saying, I know, I understand. I feel bad, because I know some people on RWBY, like, pledge on my Patreon and watch my reactions, and you guys are gonna see next week, there's a slightly unhinged Neo moment at the beginning of the stream, or sorry, at the beginning of the reaction, because I'm so, I have, like, heart has since been restored, hope has since been restored in my heart, right, since then, but, like, I am a little strange, like, I am feeling a little strange about this. I'm a little scared. Oh, also Cassandra from the Tangled series. Shout out to Cassandra. But yeah, anyway. So, like, I have faith, again, that Neo is going to be the focus in next week's episode. Like, they have to do something, you know? Like, I feel like that. So, I still have belief in my heart about seeing Roman and about my 7.5 minutes of Roman holiday and, like, all of the Neo stuff that I speculated about before. Like, I still have hope, but, like, at the same time in my brain, I have doubt. Do you know what I mean? Do you guys know what I mean? So, like, I'm just struggling because I'm like, we haven't seen her since episode 3. What the fuck are they doing? Like, what are they doing? Because sometimes RWBY has this problem where they, like, I don't know, like, it's not in every volume, but you guys may understand what I'm talking about, right? Is that sometimes RWBY kind of gets really slow in the middle, and then at the end they're like, oh yeah, the villains are supposed to do stuff, and then they just, like, zoom.
It's almost like that's the climax.
But no, but it's
and that
not.
Everything else is the rising action.
But it's not the same, Hunter. It's just that, like, they're rushing. I'm saying that they're rushing, so I'm just worried that they are going to rush, like, like the Neo stuff, and I'm gonna be very unhappy, is what I'm worried about. So,
Oh, man.
yeah, like, I'm just really worried.
And you don't like me when I'm unhappy.
Intro. Exactly. And, like, I don't know, because what I'm really afraid of, like, I don't mind if Neo goes back to Remnant with them. It's not as big of a deal, but what's really throwing me off here is that people think she's gonna stay into the Ever After, and, like...
Including you had that theory. We both did.
Yeah, like, the villains are stewing for too long. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, it's fine if she comes back to Remnant with them, but if this is the last volume where we ever see Neo again, first of all, I'm gonna cry, but, like, second of all, what would make me cry less is at least if she goes out with a bang in Splendor. Like, I need to be dazzled, okay? Like, Ruby has to like, take me out on a first date, and, like, we get one of those carriages that, like, go through Central Park on, like, the horses and stuff before I put out. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What happens when you get to the third date with Ruby,
like,
Kaylin?
You have to, like, get one of those, like, carriage rides that go through Central Park, and, like, you know what I mean? And, like, there needs to be roses, there needs to be a rose petal path, alright? And we walk down the rose petal path to, like, a picnic, and the picnic area has, like, all my favorite food. Like, there needs to be, like, I need to be dazzled. I need to be won over, okay? They're not, like, Ruby's not winning me over right now in terms of Neo. Like, I love everything else about this season. I love
I'm
all
not
of
gonna put for Neo for Ruby until they give me more Neo.
I love all the characterization that they've given to literally everyone else. I'm so paranoid that they've forgotten about her, and I guess what I'm most paranoid about is that, like, I don't like being mad at the show. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't like being angry at the show, especially because, like, I don't know, there's kind of, to some extent, there's pressure because I know that people on the crew watch our videos, and so I feel like that, like, they don't want to see, I don't feel that way. You know, like, they don't want to see me angry, and so, like, I don't want to be angry in front of them, you know what I mean? Like, I try not to, like,
not in front of the kids.
Like, I try not to let that characterize our criticism. Like, obviously, we still make criticism no matter whoever's watching, right? But, like, I don't want to be toxic in front of, like, it's like disappointing how you don't swear in front of your parents. I don't want to be toxic in front of my parents, you know what I'm saying? So, like... You
still not swear in front of your parents?
No. But I'm just saying that it's a
metaphor.
It's a metaphor, Hunter. I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go on, like, some unhinged stream rant and make people feel bad or something, right? And so,
all of your rants are unhinged. All of your streams
but
are
I don't
want to
make anyone feel bad, right? And so I'm just scared. I'm really just scared about what they're doing with Neo right now, and I want to have faith, but, like, I also don't want to disappoint myself. Right? And so, like, there's no balance between having faith and being disappointed. Because we only have 3 more episodes, and, like, that's, like, basically an hour, and I'm like, they cannot make Neo satisfying in an hour. That's like Barbie, that's less than Barbie. Barbie movies have more runtime than Neo would have in the case that every episode is 20 minutes. That's only an hour.
Would you rather it be like leave them wanting more than just like pile a bunch of Neo that you get tired of?
If they leave her here, Hunter, and we never see her again.
Would you rather they leave her here or she dies? Because, like, realistically, she probably isn't going to be, like...
I'd rather them leave her here just because that opens up side material, right?
Okay.
But, like... No, if you guys felt that way with Watts, by the way, you're wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why. Watts got a fucking fight with Ironwood. He got so much screen time. He got one of the best written monologues in the show, roasting the fuck out of Cinder. You guys are wrong. If you guys were disappointed by Watts, I'm sorry, but Watts has gotten so much screen time since Volume 4, you are wrong. Like, Neo is being done specifically dirty. Even fucking Lionheart has gotten more screen time in Volume 5 than fucking Neo has gotten, right? And so, like, I understand, but, like, you're wrong. If you're like, this is a Watt situation, you're wrong. If you're like, this is an Adam situation, like, maybe. But, like, every other villain, no one has been done this dirty. No one. Neo, especially, there's only 6 characters in this volume, right? Like, you know what I mean? And so, like, the fact that
A
they
little.
have done her so dirty with only 6 characters, and then there are other villains, like Tyrion and whatever, that have gotten so much screen time in volumes with more characters. Like, they did Watts justice. They are doing Neo so dirty. What is she doing?
I mean, Neo got a lot of, like, screen time in volume 6,
I know,
7, and 8.
but I'm saying, no, in volume 6, she's like there for like 5 minutes. Let's not
Oh,
get
she shows up at the end, but she, like, makes a big, like... No, in 6, she gets quite a bit of it, and then 7, she kind of shows up near the end,
But,
and then
like,
8, she's there
she's
the entire
only
time.
done cool stuff, Hunter. We haven't gotten to the heart of it all, you know? We haven't gotten, like, the deep part. It's all been shallow stuff.
I love how we can't get to Ruby's breakdown because you're busy having your own.
I'm just saying, I hope that next week is all Neo. Like, I need it, or else I'm gonna, I will break down on screen.
Oh my god.
But yeah, like, I understand, but I don't understand. You know?
I'm sure.
Like, why would they bring her here to do nothing? Like, I know that they're building tension, and she's, like, always around, but we never see her. But, like, if...
Like, she's a threat.
With the chat saying, oh, well, maybe Neo isn't a deep character, but, like, why would they bring her here then? Like, all I'm saying is that if you're going, like, for this to work in hindsight, Neo has to be here because there is something she does that is not achievable in any other Remnant-related circumstance. You know what I mean? And I think that is, like, you know, like, there needs to be a reason why she specifically is here at this moment, and that there's something she couldn't do in Remnant that happens here. You know what I mean? So, like,
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. Like, because Neo fell, and that was a choice, and that was avoidable, like, technically avoidable, whereas, like, I know everything is technically avoidable because the writers wrote it, but some things look more avoidable than others. Does that make sense? And so, like, Neo falling is a bit more avoidable than other things that happened in Volume 8, simply because Cinder could have decided to betray her later and not throw her off the side of the thing. So, like, clearly Neo fell for a reason. So they're gonna have to give me a reason, or they are going to be my 13th reason. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway. So I just hope. That's all I'm saying. I mean, even if Neo was brought in to be the threat to hunt down RWBY, though, like, I feel like that doesn't work because you could have had, like, the tree lady be evil and she could have done that. Like, you know...
I legitimately am so terrified for the next episode because it'll be chock full of Neo and our stream will be 7 hours long.
Maybe. But yeah.
I'm like, please don't put me through that.
But I'm just saying, they could have just made up a villain. Like, they could have just made another villain if it's not Neo related and they just needed an antagonist. They could have had the blacksmith lady do this. But instead, they have Neo here, so they need to do something more. Yeah, like, Neo doesn't need to be there if that's the only reason. They need to give us a fucking reason, you know?
Sure.
Also,
anyway,
Hunter, if next week is a Neo episode, like, I don't care how long it's gonna take. Like, we can sit here for 7 hours. You can go home if you want, but I will spend 12 hours talking about Neo, okay? You gotta let me have it. You know? You gotta let me do it, Hunter. I don't care how long it takes. You have to, you know? Anyway.
You see, you're on Ritalin. I'm not.
I know. I'll give you one of mine.
I don't have the power for it, okay?
I'll give you one of my Concerta, and then you'll feel better.
Yeah, let's commit a crime and then start watching.
Oh, God. Anyway, I'm just saying, you guys need to let me talk about Neo for how long I need to talk about Neo if we see anything
My
about
own mental
Neo
well-being.
next week. Like, Hunter, you
Joke's
can
on
go
you.
home. It's okay. I'm not joking.
I'm gonna bring a snack. I'm gonna, like, bring a Tupperware container.
Hunter, have I not fed you? Did I not give you strawberries and pineapple and cucumbers?
No, oh my goodness, no, you did
and
not.
I have clothed you, and I have done. I've taken care of you. I've made you drink water.
I'm not saying that's not. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, like, I would do it.
Anyway, we can move on.
I'd like it would be like a Beyblade, you know, we just let you rip.
Right.
This isn't even like on YouTube. This isn't being streamed. This is purely for your own mental health.
Anyway, we can keep going if you want.
Yeah. Wasn't me that stopped us from keep going.
I know. Okay. Okay, so Blake says the walkers from the market, and Yang says, but those were more than her usual tricks. They eat and grow. How has she gotten so powerful? So this is interesting, right? Like, they eat and grow. Like, not to be that person, but I'm kind of also wondering, like, so if you made Roman.
Oh my god.
Roman can eat and, like,
grow bigger?
Like, no, not grow.
Growing bigger, Kaylin?
I'm saying, like, if Roman can eat and talk and think and shit, like, what else do you really need to be a person? You know what I mean? Like,
Roman's like that one doll, the one baby doll that poops.
Well, I mean, I think that Yang knows that they grow just because, like, they had the custard, right? Like, the parfait, and they grew bigger. So I think that that's what Yang is saying, that, like, they're actually affected by eating
the world around them.
And the world around them, right? Because all of the, like, the parfait, they ate the parfait and they grew, which is strange. So I'm just wondering, like, you know, not to do Detroit Become Human, but, like, if Roman is fake, even if he's fake, like, isn't he kind of real? So,
yeah, sure.
I would love to see, like, real Roman, and that they just be together here and stay in the ever after. Like, I know he needs to be Roman, but, like, I'd take a fake Roman. I know that we want Neo to get over her grief, but, like, I'm just saying.
I don't think you do.
I'm just saying that,
How will she ever date Fox if she doesn't get over Roman?
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if Neo made a Roman clone, it kind of goes into this thing of, like, well, what makes a person, right? Like, their memories, you know, and so if, like, this Roman has all the same memories as the real Roman, doesn't that just make him a person? Not to get all Kingdom Hearts Riku replica or something, but I'm just saying, if Neo made a replica of Roman, isn't that kind of like regular Roman, right? You know?
Sure.
So I'm just saying, like, I think that that'll be an interesting philosophical question, and the answer will probably be like, no, Neo, you have to move on. But, like, what if it's not, and she just spends the rest of her life in the ever after with fake Roman? Because maybe it's like, maybe what they'll do, based off of what they've done with the ever aftians, is like, it doesn't play by the same rules here. Like, yeah, like, Roman is dead, and Neo should, like, get over the grief of that. But the more that I've watched the season, the more that I've started to realize that, like, they may go the route where it's like, to us, it's silly because Roman is dead and that's how it is. But, like, in the ever after, things are kind of different, and the afterans have a different ideology and a different, like, I don't know, you know what I mean? And so, like, me and Dar have talked about this before, and we've talked about this idea that, like, no, Neo needs to get over her grief. She can't just live in her illusions forever. And we've talked about that, and I was very adamant about that at the beginning of the season, that, like, leaving Neo to be delusional is bad. But, like, the more that I've thought about it, I guess, like, it's kind of like Jaune protecting the paper people and, like, not letting them change or, like, grow or anything. Like, do you wonder if, like, them saying, like, oh, Neo, you have to get over it, is that them imposing their own remnant ideology onto Neo when Neo's ideology is kind of different? So I think that's an interesting conversation to have again, and I hope I have that with Dar again maybe sometime in the Discord. But you guys should join the Discord if you want. I think it's a lot of fun. But, like, I've wondered about that because I was very anti-Neo staying in the illusions before. Like, I wanted her to come to terms with, you know, that RWBY didn't kill Roman and, like, all that sort of stuff. But she can still come to terms with the fact that, like, she can put her revenge away, but still find fulfillment in the clones that she's created. And I know that kind of sounds weird because I thought that that was kind of anti-Neo's
That's very
character.
living in your own dollhouse.
Yeah, and I thought that that would have been anti-Neo's character, but, like, now that they explain more about the Ever After, I'm like, well, what if the point is that, like, Neo doesn't need to get better if she's happy, and, like, that's really kind of the ending. I don't know, like, you know? Because I understand this idea that Neo shouldn't keep being delusional, but yeah. Like, is that moving on to still be delusional? But, like, maybe it's just that giving up her revenge and being happy in her own way and not interfering with the way that that is, instead of trying to tell her the way that she should cope. You know what I mean? Because telling her, like, no, you can't make illusions of Roman, you have to accept that he's dead. Like, that's telling her how to cope versus just allowing her to cope in her own way. And so I wonder if it's not destructive. Like, is that what Team RWBY is learning? That if people aren't being destructive, they need to let them make their own choices? Like, is that what the paper people's supposed to be? Right? Would Illusion Roman have free will? I mean, listen, I don't know, but like...
Don't go into those weeds, please.
But, like, I don't know, like, maybe? Because the Jabberwockers seem pretty autonomous?
Autonomous is
yeah,
the
like,
correct
they
word,
seem kind of, like, that they're kind of doing shit by themselves. Like, you know, like, Neo turned into one of them after, but I feel like that she kind of, like, she's not controlling every single one. I feel like she's just letting them loose in the wild. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, I don't have the answer, because now that they've introduced the paper people and the paper people wanting to die and ascend to the tree, I'm kind of like, is that really so different than Neo being like, I would like to keep being delusional? Like, I don't know if it's that different, because, like, obviously living in a fairy tale to Team RWBY is whack. But, like, for Neo, it's probably not whack. It's probably all she ever wanted, so I don't know. I'll think about it and get back to you.
I think you've thought about it a lot, Cal.
But yeah. You guys doubt that the Ever After will let her stay here. I don't know, man. I think that the Ever After... I mean, they haven't kicked her out yet.
Discerning?
Yeah. Also, by her illusions, I don't mean by her throwing back the tea, to be clear. I mean, like, just the illusion she makes of people. Like, I don't know. But anyway. And so, yeah, so Yang is saying, like, how has she gotten so powerful? Okay, so, very briefly, I feel like that they are gonna touch on that if we do get a Neo episode. I think that it might be the leaves, because she's been eating the leaves. That, like, it's kind of changed her form. Like, I feel like maybe the leaves are kind of like mini Ascension. Like, you don't actually ascend, but you change in some small way, and so maybe the leaves is what's making Neo change, even though it's not full-on Ascension. It's like Ascension
But she
light.
changed the second she landed here.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Okay, so here's the other thing, right? Like,
oh dear.
Okay, here's what I think is the real answer, and here's the crack that I posted on Twitter earlier. I feel like that the real answer is as simple as, like, whereas Weiss is like, that's stupid, this is impossible, this is ridiculous, or like, you know, Yang's like, we can't be in a fairy tale, that doesn't make any sense. I feel like the reason why Neo is so strong is going to be as simple as, like, possibly the tea leaves, but also just that she believes that it's all real. You know what I mean? Whereas the rest of Team RWBY kind of thinks that it's bullshit. Like, and they still feel like in their heart deep down that it's bullshit and stupid. Like, because Neo has fully embraced the world has also, you know, like, the world has responded to her in kind. And that's why she's able to do these things, is because she doesn't believe in the limitation. Like, she doesn't believe in limitations. She understands the rules of the world and how the world functions. And so she's able to take advantage of it better than Team RWBY does, because she genuinely just believes. Like, that's the first thing. Are you still with me, Hunter?
I am still with you.
You look like, I don't know, you look like frozen or something. Maybe you're just not moving.
No, I'm not moving very much.
So the other thing is, and this is the crack I posted on Twitter, But it would
I
be
see.
so funny if they revealed that, like, Neo had some sort of connection to Lewis or whoever you think wrote the story.
Oh, yeah.
In the sense
I know
that,
where this is
like,
going.
not like a biological relation, but in the sense that, like Neo wrote letters to the author of the story and asked for extra details. And I think that that's a fascinating concept because Team RWBY has only really concerned themselves with the story. They haven't mentioned the author. Like, they never mentioned the author by name or the person that wrote the story. And, like, you know, at first we thought that this was a fairy tale, that this was something that was passed down orally by people. But the way that they talk about it, like Hunter discerned, is more like a children's book. Like a fantasy book. Like Harry Potter or something.
More like Harry Potter that is like 20 or
like
so years
Lord
old.
of the Rings, right?
No, Lord of the Rings was written in the 1950s. So, like, the timeline doesn't, like,
but
line up
I'm saying
the
for
same
children,
way.
like, for children of, like, that time period. Like, I'm saying it's
Sure.
not
Yeah.
it wasn't an orally told story. It
was a novel with an author.
Yeah.
That was published.
So,
it wasn't really like a fairy tale.
I think it would be actually very interesting if, like, everyone else is so concerned about the story, but, like, Neo actually was concerned with the author, because, like, I mean, things are kind of different now with the internet and stuff, but, like, authors, I believe, are one of the most underappreciated, like, storyteller people, you know what I mean, that, like, exist. You know what I mean? Like, there are directors that are sort of glorified, and people, like, glorify...
A lot of authors that are glorified
directors.
as well.
Oh, yeah, but
fewer
I'm saying...
people read than people that watch
I
movies.
shouldn't say glorify, I should say celebrity. Like, you have
they're not celebrities, though.
Like, you have celebrity directors, right? And you have, like, to some extent, celebrity, like, TV writers. Like, the guys that were Game of Thrones kind of became, like, celebrities and whatever. But, like, authors, you never really see a celebrity author unless first that work gets turned into a movie and unless the author is, like, talking shit on Twitter.com. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for the most part, authors themselves don't really get famous, and they don't really have that same level of celebrity. Like, they're still well known, but I wouldn't say that they're celebrities. There's only a few celebrity authors out there, whereas, like, you know, like Tim Burton and whatever, like, there are, like, people that really love people that really love directors, and, like, people that really love certain, like, movie writers and stuff like that, like, for TV
I don't know
writers.
movie writers as much.
Well, it depends on the movie,
definitely.
to some extent, right? Like, Get Out, the guy wrote it. He didn't just direct
Jordan
it,
Peele.
right? He didn't just direct it, he also wrote it. So that's kind of what I'm saying. So, like, it would be kind of fascinating if, like, Neo kind of wrote a letter to Alex or Lewis, depending on who you think made it out, and that they wrote back, right? And so I posted some art on Twitter if you guys want to go see it. But basically the concept is Neo being, like, kind of naive and being like, hi, I'm Trivia Vanille. I'm 8 years old. Can you tell me more about your story, please? Like, that's kind of like the vibe. Like, my dad I only get stories once a year on my birthday when my dad's friend brings them, because my parents don't care about that sort of thing. But anyway, things are totally okay at home. So anyway, you know, like, that's sort of like how little kids, like, talk to you and kind of say stuff that is questionable. So, like, you know what I mean? And so, like, my idea is this concept that, like, Trivia writes to, let's just say Lewis, because we believe that it's Lewis, but whatever. Like, she writes to Lewis, who is grumpy and lonely and old because of everything that has happened. And he's, like, probably would be in his 70s based off of the math of the Great War, if that's correct. Right? And so you have 70-year-old Lewis, who writes that when Alex returned to Remnant, she felt loneliness in her chest, which was probably actually him, right? Like, he felt the loneliness when he was back at Remnant alone without his sister, or if you think Alex wrote it without her brother, whatever, right? And so Trivia, like, Neo, as Trivia, is like, hi, like, you wrote, like, my favorite story, and usually, like, fairy tales just come out of nowhere, like, there's no one to ask about them, and I have questions, and, like, here's are my questions, and this is the plot hole I found on page 23, can you explain that, right? Like, you know what I mean? So, like, Neo writes all these letters to Lewis, right? And, like, Lewis replies because, like, he doesn't get fans often. You know what I mean? he's kind of like, sure, I'll indulge this little kid who clearly has a questionable home life based on how she's writing letters to me, right? And so my headcanon was that Neo and Lewis kind of had a back and forth like pen pal thing up until Lewis died, because he would have to die eventually. He would be like 75 if we're being generous, like when Neo was a little kid. So like he would probably be dead, right? So like maybe that could be the reason too, is that Neo has some sort of special knowledge of the world because she talked directly to the author, because that's something they established in the books, is that Neo really likes fairy tales and she likes using them as like a way to escape. So you could see it as she just believes in them so hard that she's the strongest one here because she's the only one who ever believed the fairy tales were real. Or like maybe you could,
yeah, sure.
Or maybe you could think that like she talked to Lewis and Lewis told her the untold story, the abridged, you know?
Dar's probably somewhere crying because we still haven't gotten to the breakdown.
But we have to talk about it! Because we're at that dialogue. Anyway. But yeah, there was something, I was listening to a musical recently, and there was a line that was like, I'll build the world around me out of the words that I read. And it wasn't exactly like that. It was a bit more like succinctly put, but I thought that was such a good Neo dialogue for this season, like a Neo line for this season. Like, I will construct the world around me out of the words I read. Like, that's such a Neo thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I think the vibes are, right? So Jaune says, well, she didn't do it by standing around. I know you may not care about protecting this village, but you could at least help your friends when they're in danger. But what's interesting is, like, Jaune is the one who first notices something is wrong when RWBY backs away from her weapon, right? Like, and RWBY, like, looks at her, like, he was mad at first, but then
now he's worried.
Really worried. And, like, they all
also,
look
that moment was great. That shot where he drops it and she steps back, and it's a very stark, because it's kind of from above and at an angle. It's just the two of them sitting in all that white, or standing in all that white. It's an excellent shot.
The musical is called, I don't think it's called Another Chapter, but that's the first song in the musical. So if you look up Another Chapter musical, you'll probably find the full thing. But it's about a girl that, like, loses herself in books because she's
better at this, or? No, I just realized I'm losing, like, I don't have a light set up like you do, so I'm losing daylight. We've been doing this for so long, but the overhead light would look pretty crap.
But yeah, like, it's about a girl who, like, her dad, I guess, left abandoned the family, and she's, like, going through it. So she's, like, buried herself in this book, and the book comes alive. So, like, yeah, the first song in it's called Another Chapter. But yeah, just, like, how the girl talks about the stories, I was like, uh-oh, that's Neo right there. But anyway. But yeah, and so I love, like, how Jaune is, like, concerned, and, like, then RWBY's concerned too. But then, all right, back over here, I wonder if you can see during the fight scene.
You can know when you zoom in, you can see them.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
All the smart people are on the tower.
I wonder if before, like, while they were fighting, if there were any angles that would have shown that they were, like, starting to do that. But yeah, like, I thought it was so fucked.
Yeah. We're finally dead. Of course they have to. Like, if they're made of paper, how did they even build that dam in the first place?
I mean, I guess it just popped up. Like, I'm assuming it just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I suppose so.
But
They're
yeah.
all like, yay, let's die. Were they saying yay?
Yeah, they were.
Oh, that's so twisted.
And, like, I love how Blake's the first one to try to comfort him, because Blake knows that this was real for Jaune, like, while everyone's like, Jaune's a little crazy. Like, I love how Blake's the first one to try to comfort him, because she knows that it was real. Like, she knows that, like, the loss that he feels is, like, legitimate. You know what I mean? So I really love, Blake got a glow up this season. Like, they did Blake so dirty in Volume 8, but, like, they are doing Blake.
You just didn't see her very much, because it was focused on
just
other
in
characters.
general. Like, I think that they're just doing Blake so much better.
Yeah, they give her a lot more room to breathe.
Yeah, and I just think that's so good. And I love like Jaune's dialogue here because I feel like, so I guess this is what we should talk about. People on Twitter are like, I'm Team Jaune. I'm Team RWBY. I'm Team Whoopi or whatever, like it's without Ruby. And I'm like, but there's no teams. The whole point of this episode is that you're supposed to sympathize with everyone.
With everyone.
And that everyone has a point. It's just that how they're expressing their points are incompatible in terms of, I don't want to say love language because that's not really the right word, but their communication methods are just incompatible with each other.
That and how they think they will solve their problems are incompatible with each other.
It's not that there needs to be sides. It's not that someone is right while other people are wrong. I'm very surprised that people are taking this and making it such a black and white situation because I feel like that
Juniper's giving him a little snuggle.
I feel like that they did this much better than previous volumes where they had morally gray conflict.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
But yet,
I'm trying to think of what other morally gray conflict.
but you know what I mean? Trey, you are gonna get cooked right now. There's someone in the chat saying that Ruby's dead wrong. You are gonna get cooked, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You're gonna get cooked. But, like, I think the problem is emotional intelligence. Like, I genuinely think that the issue is, from what I have noticed, at least, and this isn't to attack anyone that feels differently, but I just feel like the people that are quick to take sides are the people with very low emotional intelligence, and this comes intertwined with the fact that people think that later on, there will be some sort of reconciliation where one side says that they were wrong, and so they want to be on the winning side. You know, like if Jaune apologizes, people want to say that they were always on RWBY's side at the beginning of the conflict because Jaune is the one who said that they were sorry, and it's about this, like, I was right while other people was wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people want to pick a side the same way how people create theories and how people want to be right about their theories, right? But I think that the problem is that people conflate apologizing with admitting fault when it's apologizing to admit harm. You can still be right and apologize to someone, which is what I don't think that people understand a lot of the time. A lot of people refuse to apologize because they believe that an apology is admitting, like, that you were wrong, and that, like, apologizing is some sort of, like, bend the knee sort of thing, like you're humiliating yourself by apologizing.
But if you apologize without acknowledging wrongdoing, that's a pretty shit apology.
It's not about wrongdoing, though, Hunter. You can be right, but still have expressed it in the wrong way is what I mean. And I think that's where people get
but expressing it the wrong way is the wrongdoing.
Oh, yes. But that's what I'm getting at, is I think that some people conflate apologizing with I was wrong about what I said, not I was wrong because I hurt you. And that's really the issue, is that apologizing doesn't mean you were wrong about what you said. It was that you were wrong because how you said it hurt the other person, you know? And so I think that that's the issue, is that sometimes in, like, shows like this, or, like, you know, I don't know, like, a lot of animated shows do this thing where the character is like, I was wrong about what I said to you and I'm sorry, which is fine, but it ignores the problem, which, like, you can be right about what you said in terms of the point, but be wrong in how you said it. And a lot of people do not understand that. Yeah, it's you're admitting harm. You don't need to admit fault. It's admitting harm. And I think that that's really, like, the nuance. And so even if Jaune apologizes later, or RWBY apologizes later, they're not apologizing because their feelings were wrong. They would be apologizing because of how they express those feelings in a way that hurt other people.
That was unproductive.
Yes. And so I think that that's what people don't really get, and that's why people are quick to take sides, because they want to make sure that they're on the right side if it's revealed later that one side was wrong. I think that I don't know. And also, I think
I also think it's not that deep. It might just be dumb fandomy, like Team Jacob, Team Edward nonsense.
I guess, but like, I do think it's that deep though, because if you're inclined to pick a side, I think we have to discuss why. You know, like there's an underlying, like, yes, as people, we are inclined to I think pick a team, but as a bisexual, I've never had that problem. So I think that there must be. Hunter did not laugh. I think that there must be
I did laugh. You just didn't hear it.
Like, there must be another reason. Like, and so I think that the reason is that like people are not seeing the, like, I don't know. People are not, like, able to emotionally validate each member of Team RWBY at the same time for some reason. You can be sorry you hurt someone's feelings, but
that's a hell of a way to talk about fictional characters, validating the character's feelings.
But no, I mean, like,
but no, I know what you're saying, that, like, some people's reaction is, yeah.
Because even the chat right now, I don't know.
I had to stop looking at the chat because my laptop's gonna die.
But, like...
And I don't know where the charger is.
But the thing with Jaune and, like, RWBY saying the make-believe friends thing, like, yes, that is harsh, but, like, it is also kind
not
of...
untrue.
True, because Jaune resents Alex for treating the world like make-believe, but that is also what Jaune is doing. They were make-believe. He abused the people's lack of agency. So, like, if that's what people are mad at RWBY for saying, she's also right, though. She's not right for saying it, because, like, RWBY, like, they meant a lot to Jaune, but just because someone means a lot to you doesn't mean that you're entitled to them. Like, you know what I mean? Just because it...
Yeah.
Right? Like, just because somebody means a lot to you doesn't mean that you're doing right by them. Just because Jaune is emotional about the fact that they died doesn't mean that someone shouldn't tell him that he was doing wrong by them and that they weren't his real friends. He was just using them to project upon. So, I think that we can all agree that everybody is wrong in how they said it, right? But, like, the actual points that they have, they're all valid for feeling the ways that they feel. And I feel like that's what people are not grappling with, right? And, like, Weiss asked RWBY for reassurance, and RWBY's like, why are you asking me? Right? Which is weird. Like, I don't know. It's weird how this, like, happens so suddenly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Jaune didn't even like them. He just wanted to feel in control. Exactly. He says that they're all stupid. Right? And so he didn't even like them. He just wanted to control them.
Yeah. I mean, he was rather demeaning to them.
Yeah. And so I feel like that, like, I'm like, you're right,
Looks
though.
like you're not on Team Jaune, Cal.
No, but I am on Team Jaune. I'm just saying that, like, also, though, like, I don't think people are saying RWBY's a brat for saying that. I don't think that that's true. I think that,
well, I mean, obviously, like, she's gonna regret saying that because it was sort of needlessly
they're all going to
aggressive
regret things. But, like,
like,
when people say that someone is wrong, I'm trying to think of, like, that they're factually wrong. Like, RWBY said nothing that was technically wrong. They're just in
that's
the wrong...
most autistic thing you've said so far today. And you've also just ranted about your Oshi for an hour, so that's
I'm just
saying a high bar.
That they're just... Yeah, like, I don't think that it's useful to analyze who's less wrong or who's more right or whatever. Like, it's not about that, I don't think. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that it's not about that at all. It's that everybody's feelings are valid. Just how they express them, they did it poorly, and that's a human thing to do. It doesn't make anyone bad, right? So RWBY says, because I'm the leader, because I'm supposed to have something to say, because I don't. And so I feel like, this is also kind of like, now you're asking me for my opinion, when before you did not give a fuck, right? That's kind of the vibe that it's giving, too. And so then she said, and I love this, because they've been hiding, like, her eyes with her hair in a lot of the previous shots.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And now you see the eyes, and you'll see the power.
But yeah, like, everyone is struggling, and so I feel like it's like, oh, RWBY's a brat, or whatever, but, but Jaune, like, you know, with what Jaune says later isn't that constructive either. They're all not constructive, but they're all human, right?
Yes.
But yeah, anyway, why do I have to be the leader anyway? Why do I have to be the one to pick people up? And so that's interesting, right? Because it's like, oh, if this goes wrong, RWBY will help. Like, you have that in the piece of paper of the list, which was a nice little thing. What about me? No time, right? And so I think that's the other thing, right? I think RWBY's a little resentful about how fast everybody, like, rallied toward Jaune. Like,
how okay everyone is.
Yeah. They want RWBY to participate in consoling Jaune while she suffers and no one consoles her. Exactly. And I think that's
although throughout the volume, people have been like, are you okay, RWBY?
They have tried, but like, I think the problem
is pushed him away.
Is they're not consoling her though in the way that she wants. Like, Blake's version of consoling is like, stay positive. But it's clear that that's not what she needs. So I do understand. I think that you're right about that, Hunter. She has pushed people away. But at the same time, like, they've wanted...
But also she's going through it. Like, that's a natural response.
But I also think, like, the problem is that Team RWBY has all tried to console her in ways that they would like to personally be consoled. Which is not how you console someone. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we do the things...
You have to play to what they want. You can't give people what you would like.
Like, sometimes we think that making people feel better will be by doing the same thing that we would do for ourselves, and sometimes that's fine because that works, but I think the issue is that, like, just because Blake likes people to be optimistic during rough times, which we kind of get in that conversation of Volume 8, like how she always looked up to her, like, you know what I mean? Looked up to RWBY. The reason why Blake probably looks up to RWBY so much is because Blake's form of being consoled is by people being hopeful. But just because that's Blake's version doesn't mean that that's helpful. Right? And yeah, like, I do know what you're saying, Hunter, but like, they made a whole plan to try to help Jaune. Like, that's the other thing. Like, they were trying to do a whole plan to help Jaune, but like, we never see, like, Weiss, Blake, and Yang have a private conversation about how to help RWBY. So I think that's
I bet you they will now.
Oh yeah, now they will. But I think
you need to get a good cry
But I think
cry for help, and
that's the interesting thing, right? Is like, this is a concerted effort. Like, they tried to individually make her feel better, but like, they tried to do a whole plan to fix Jaune's mental illness. Like, you know what I mean? Right?
I hear it.
So then, gotta get home. Gotta help Jaune. Gotta find someone who isn't gonna screw everything up. And so, like, she says that to Weiss, which I think is pretty pointed, right? Because, like, I feel like she feels like Weiss blames her for Atlas, I guess. Because, like, I don't know, like, there was earlier verbiage that it was, like, our plan, right? But, like, you kind of got the vibe that, like, even though Weiss was saying our plan, like, she does mean our plan, but RWBY kind of internalized that as, oh, you mean my plan. You're just saying our plan to be nice. You actually mean, like, our plan.
Yeah, she thinks she's being criticized right now.
Yeah, like, passively aggressively criticized with the royal we. You know what I mean? And also, Weiss has snapped at her multiple times this volume because, like, hurry up, RWBY. Like, we have people to help. Like, you know, get up earlier next time. That's not what Weiss said, but, like, you know, like, get your weapon. Like, people are counting on us, right?
Yeah.
I have to pee again. I'm sorry. I can't hold it anymore.
Oh my goodness.
So
a real streamer would have, I've run out of things to share.
Anyway, I mean, Hunter, why don't you just keep talking about, like...
Sure.
Stuff.
Well, because I feel like, well, I also can't control the slide.
Yeah.
And I don't have the dialogue.
I guess
so,
I could send you the dialogue.
I mean, just pee. I'll think of something. Don't worry.
Okay. Talk about White Rose. Talk about the White Rose implications.
Right, they're not doing White Rose. I don't think they've ever done, well, mostly because, like, so, you probably did see I have a White Rose poster. I didn't get that for myself. My partner got that for me. I don't feel that strongly about them, and I don't think it's likely to occur. Feel very strongly about Ruby and Penny, though. But no, I can't believe Cal spent that much time talking about Neo and not the big blow-up. This is just like last time. I'm worried we're going to keep getting longer and longer. Streams. I really enjoyed her breakdown because there was this sort of... Ruby has been a pressure cooker I suppose, for this entire volume. And she's just, at the beginning, she was okay, but then she learned about Penny, and it's just, she never recovered. Increasingly, she almost feels like it's almost like she doesn't want to do what they're there for. Because what they're there for to do is to get home. She almost doesn't want to get home because she's almost lost hope. And you see that in the last episode, where she says, like, oh, so we're just going to get, like, murdered by Salem, right? She thinks she's in a hopeless situation, and this is just her lashing out. And so if I had to make a guess for where the next 3 episodes are going to go, maybe in a Neo Jamboree, but I do hope it is some level of I'm glad you like that, of Neo, of RWBY gaining hope, and maybe she gets that through Neo, you know?
Damn.
Of like, oh, this is someone who's never been able to, like,
That's such a Neo-simping thing to say. How interesting.
What? Wait, I've always simped for Neo. I like her. I haven't split-dyed my hair.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's funny because if I said that, people would be like, Cal, you like Neo too much, but you can say it.
Or no, but, like, I don't think she'll learn because, like, Neo will give sage wisdom. I think she'll be like, oh, this girl has never learned to, like, is not, like, properly facing her issues, right? Her boyfriend died because of his own bad decisions, and now she's chasing people, trying to murder people, engaging with, like, genocidal terrorists and ancient goddesses to try and work out her feelings about her dead boyfriend. And I think maybe RWBY will finally be like, oh, that's not who I want to be. I can see myself maybe going through that dark path.
I mean,
I don't want to end up like Neo.
I see it differently.
Alternatively, it could be Summer, because we got a bunch of hints that Summer's appearing in some capacity. So maybe there'll be some Summer revelation that'll help her, but Neo might be involved.
Instead of not wanting to end up like Neo, I could see it, like, I talked about this before, but this idea that, like, they both loved fairy tales, but took a very different path, you know?
Sure.
So I kind of like the idea that, like, I don't know, like, RWBY...
Learn to cope with reality, Neo never does.
Well, no, I don't think it even needs to be a contrast. I think it can be more that, like, if RWBY does see the Roman holiday flashbacks, like, I wonder if, like, she can sort of have pity and, like, remember that this is the reason why she became a huntress, so people don't need to suffer like Neo suffered, you know? So, maybe that's a more sympathetic look toward Neo.
Which is absolutely the Neo simp thing to say, as you put it.
I do... but why wouldn't you? I feel like even if RWBY saw what Cinder went through, she would be sympathetic, right?
Oh my god, my parents must have got fast food because I can smell French fries downstairs.
Damn. I love how your dad's sick and he's just ingesting, like, McDonald's or something? Like, I don't know. They don't like McDonald's.
It's probably more like Harvey's.
Anyway. Why do I have to be the leader anyway? Why do I always have to be the one to pick people up? What about me? No time, right? Gotta stay, then she says, screw everything up twice, and then turns on Blake. Gotta stay positive, smiles all around. So, like, some people interpreted Yang stepping in front of Blake as thinking that, like, RWBY was going to start, like, a physical altercation. But I don't think that that's what it was. I think it was just like, hey, let's all just calm down, like, you know. But what do you think, Hunter? Do you think RWBY was gonna throw hands?
I'm not gonna lie, my mother walked in the room and asked me something, so I didn't listen to a word you said. I'm gonna say yes, RWBY and Neo are gonna fight.
No!
Is that what we're talking about?
No, Blake!
No, oh dear.
Blake
and RWBY. Blake and Neo.
No! We're saying, like, some people interpreted this as that RWBY was gonna throw hands, and so Yang is stepping in front of Blake to prevent the throwing of hands. I'm saying I don't think it was that serious. I think it was just gonna be like, hey, like, let's all calm down, like, de-escalate.
Like, sometimes you put yourself in front of someone in any conflict, even if it's not coming.
I don't think RWBY was gonna fight Blake.
Yeah, I don't think that was likely to occur. Although it's so sad because it's like she's being protected by her girlfriend,
Yeah.
but also her ears are so down. There was a thing that I saw online that I missed earlier, but what it was when they were sitting on the couch, or not on the couch, by the table, all listening to Jaune, and then the paper pleaser walks in and they all turn around. Like, I think like Blake has her hand always grasped on Yang's arm.
Yeah.
It's very cute and clingy. So I like the little bumblebee moments. Like, that was very cute.
But yeah, I think it's more like
intense, but kind of cute.
more
Of like, hey, don't talk to my girlfriend like
yeah,
that.
I was just gonna say that. I think it's more like
Don't talk to my
you
girlfriend
can't
like that.
like you can't talk to her that way. Like I think it's more that sort of situation. This was
Yes.
crazy. The fact when Ruby said
We're
this,
all so happy for
you guys
you.
should watch our reaction because we were like, oh no, oh no.
You were crying,
And
I was laughing.
Oh no! Like I was like, oh, like holy fuck, right? And her saying like
I
maybe
was
even
so
get our
happy this
feelings
entire
sorted out.
time.
Like this was like the eye roll. This was insane. They were insane for this. Like I love this. I think this is great dialogue, but this was legitimately crazy. And the only thing Yang says is hey.
And also now there's like homophobic Ruby meme, which is very
Yeah.
funny.
I don't know if we should be.
Homophobic Ruby and homophobic Little.
Oh
Which
god.
obviously is not the case, but it is a funny meme.
But I don't think it's off at all. I think that this makes perfect sense because, like, I saw someone put this perfectly and I retweeted it. So, like, if you need to check, like, if you want to check to who thought it first, right, is, like, you can go check it out. But somebody said, and they put it better than this, but this is what I took from it, that Ruby cannot understand or, like, validate anyone else being happy right now. Like,
Yes.
and optimistic, whereas Jaune cannot believe that anyone is going through more pain, if that makes sense. So while
Yes.
Ruby invalidates everybody's happiness, Jaune invalidates everyone else's
Everyone's
pain.
sadness.
And that's
Yeah.
what I saw, and I think that was good.
That's a very concise way of putting it.
And I thought that made a lot of sense. And so, yeah, Ruby's like, oh, I'm sorry, is this a bad time? Are we supposed to be mourning Jaune's make-believe friends? And see, that I
Ruby
feel is pointed. Because
so aggressive,
like,
but like, oh, she
none
was so
of
right
them
for that.
spent any time mourning Penny at all, right? And so I
Yeah.
feel like the subtext of that,
Wife did kind of mourn. Wife
I
was
guess,
sad.
but like,
And also she passes out, so no one sees.
no, but
she
I
doesn't
mean
really
like,
see. the
I
rest
mean
of them
like
mourn.
mourning, though. Like, you know what I mean?
I know, that's true.
Like-
but I mean, they got shit to do, you know?
I think,
Try later.
right, but that's the point. I think that, like, Ruby is trying to make the point that, like, they're all spending time consoling Jaune about Jaune's make-believe friends. But, like, when Ruby faints after hearing what happened to Penny, when she wakes up, immediately the conversation they have is, okay, how do we get to the tree? Like, they ask if she's all right, but they don't console her. They don't say, I know how much Penny meant to you. Like, we have to, like, also look at the past episodes for this
Yeah,
as well. Like,
That's true.
Ruby passes out because she hears about Penny dying, and they don't console. Like, we don't get that little hug that Blake hugs Jaune. Like, we didn't get
Yeah.
Blake hugging Ruby like that. And so I feel like that, like, it's crazy that people are invalidating Ruby because that's exactly what the whole, like, that's why she's arguing with them. Like, asking if she's okay is not giving her the physical reassurance that they gave Jaune.
And also, there's this whole notion that, like, Ruby feels she needs to put other people's issues before hers. I think that, like, historically, she's always been someone looking out for other people. She was kind of she was like the teen mom, not teen mom, oh my god, team mom
Yeah.
in that regard. And this is like the moment where she, and I sort of heard Aaron talk about it, and they had a good analysis too that I can't recall. But it was almost like it was almost like she suddenly learned that she needs to look after herself a little bit, and she needs to give herself space. And this is her telling people that in a kind of unproductive way, but ultimately, like, her feelings were valid.
Yeah.
Like, she just needs to express them, and she feels like she hasn't been looked after.
And I think too, like, people are like, oh, but Weiss told Ruby it was a lot to hear, but like, that's not, like, there are multiple forms of reassurance, and like,
not necessarily the best one.
That wasn't the best one. Like, nobody even gave RWBY a fucking hug, you know what I'm saying? And so I feel like that, like, I feel like people that are arguing, well, Yang asked if RWBY was okay, and Blake did this, but, like, if you have to ask, it's like, you know,
it's already too late.
It's like when women say they're fine. Like, if you actually believe that a woman is fine,
okay, maybe
you're wrong.
You can just say what you mean.
Oh no, you can't.
Alternatively,
but I'm just saying that, like,
I hate when people say that. I hate when people
are
like.
I'm saying that, like, if you have an inkling that someone is not fine, instead of asking them that if they are fine, you should just try to do something to make them feel better. You know, like, I understand what you're saying about, like, mind games, but I'm not talking about, like, in the mind games way. What I'm saying is, like, if you have to ask someone if everything is okay, it's because you have an inkling of perception that things may not be okay. Therefore, you should make a better attempt to make sure that everything is okay with that person than just asking if they want to talk about it, because they probably won't.
Yeah. Yeah,
you
that's
know?
true.
So, like, I feel like that people, like, oh, but Weiss asked her if she was all right. Like, okay, but, like, that puts the burden on the other person, like, on the person that is hurting to reveal all of their hurt, and that is that is deferring the responsibility on the hurt person to talk to you when you need to go out of your way to comfort that person, is what I think. Like, I'm not trying to blame Team RWBY entirely, or, like, Weiss entirely, but I'm just saying that, like, it would really
Everyone was a little busy, so, like, people's emotions are going to be put on the back burner.
Yeah. I'm just saying it would really annoy me if, like, I don't know, if in real life somebody thought that way, I guess. Like, in that sense of, like, oh, well, when I asked you if you were fine when you were clearly upset, you said you didn't want to talk about it. Like, just because you didn't...
Okay, but I hate when people... The worst part is when people say, like, I don't feel like talking about it right now. And I'm like, okay. And then I don't. But then they're like, no, I wanted you to talk about it. I'm like, well, then you shouldn't have said that.
But, like, you could
like,
still
I'm
give
sorry.
them a hug or something, though, Hunter,
Yeah,
and be like, I'm here if you need
yeah.
me. You know?
Yeah, but, like, people will still get angry at you for doing that.
Yeah.
I don't abide by that. Say what you mean, kid.
But yeah, I don't think that she's wrong for this.
But no, I would agree with that. I don't believe she's wrong for that.
I need more water. This is
oh
insane.
my god. We can. We're almost done. Like, you can you go like?
I guess you're right. Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. But yeah, so my argument is just that I feel like people are misunderstanding. Just because Team RWBY tried to do things, the way that they were trying to get RWBY to open up is deferring the responsibility on RWBY to carry the burden of opening up. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
Like, it's not like... I don't know. It
but
transfers the burden on
but
that
when you
person.
when you shut everyone down, like, you know, there's only so much you can do.
That's true, but, like, there were physical ways of affection, I think.
I guess so.
And none of them get...
But then you hug someone and they tell you to fuck off, and then, like, that doesn't,
RWBY's
you know.
never done
If someone tells you to fuck off or act icy to you, most people's immediate assumption, I don't think, will be like, oh,
yeah, but
they want to hug right
RWBY's
now.
never pushed them away like that, though.
No, she hasn't. I'm just saying, but it's reasonable to maybe not want to count for that. I guess so. I don't know. Anyways.
But yeah.
Poor RWBY.
I think that, like, that's kind of the issue. Like, that's the issue, is that they were all trying to comfort her in the ways that, like, Weiss likes to talk about things. You know?
Yeah.
Weiss is the one who likes to talk about things. Blake is the one who likes to be optimistic about things. Right? And so she's not shutting them down because she's even afraid of the vulnerability of it. Like, she's sort of, I think that it's a mix of her not wanting to be perceived as weak, or her thinking that her issues will burden everyone. And then also, like, just the idea that they, like, I don't know, that they aren't going to support her in the way that she needs. Like, Blake is just going to tell her to be positive again, you know?
Be positive.
And so I think that, like, yeah, you know, And so I just, the music is not a vibe for this. Hold on.
I can't even hear. I'm beginning to think that the music might be an unnecessary addition.
But yeah.
You feel me?
No, you're wrong. I think it's fine.
Okay, never mind then.
But yeah, like, I think that the problem is that, like, RWBY has been, I don't know, I feel like that she's, like, reaching out and no one's been, like, reaching back. Kind of,
Or
in a
people
way.
have been preoccupied and...
They haven't been meeting her, like, halfway, I guess, in a sense.
Maybe.
They tried
Does
to
she
help,
run?
but they
Does she
did it
say
wrong.
anything
Yeah.
else?
No, she
Does she
doesn't.
say anything else? She just runs off at this point?
No, she said, Jaune has his thingy.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Jaune says, they're gone, hold on. He says, they're gone because of you. The walkers came for you because Neo hates you. Oh, and let's...
Oh.
So that's the interesting thing, right? Like, I don't know if, like, this was intended, but don't you think it's interesting that Jaune knows that Neo hates RWBY and RWBY doesn't know, or, like, hasn't thought about it? You know what I mean? Because, like, I wonder if it's a mixture of a couple things, but, like, Jaune is perceptive enough to know that RWBY, like, Neo does not hate all of Team RWBY. Neo only hates RWBY.
Well, I don't think she's fond of the other ones either, but...
No, but here's what I posted on Twitter about this. Like, Jaune has had a long time to think about all of this stuff.
I imagine, yeah.
So, I wonder if he's just, like, constructed the pieces that no one else has paid attention to, because, like, obviously...
Maybe he's realized, because he's probably been told by RWBY what happened at the Fall of Beacon, so maybe he's put two and two together that she might think that RWBY killed Roman.
Yeah, and so, I think...
You think after, like, 2 years, or how long it's been since the Fall of Beacon, that they would, like, put two and two together, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I think that, like, with RWBY, or with Jaune, like, Jaune wears a symbol of clothing that is representative of the person that he lost, right?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if when he saw Neo with Roman's hat in Volume 7, he kinda constructed
Two and two together.
the points, right? And, like, RWBY, I mean, we don't know what RWBY thinks of Neo. Like, she has never, like, tried to ask why, and, like, they've never discussed why Neo is after them at all. But I think that it's very interesting because I wonder if Jaune has realized the thing that Neo hasn't, especially because Jaune has lost in a similar way to what Neo had, you know? But yeah, Jaune's outburst here, I think, is interesting because he's right, and he's saying the thing that, like, RWBY has never considered or thought about. Like, it's not that Neo is right or anything, but, like, RWBY has never considered how she has done wrong by Neo, even though, like, obviously, like, I'm saying that from Neo's perspective. I'm not saying that RWBY's actually done wrong by, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But, like, Neo told Maria that she was after RWBY, and, like, you know, but nobody else has ever thought about it. And
But
Maria
maybe other
didn't
people,
relay
maybe
that.
it's gotten back to them in some capacity, I don't know.
But, like, but Maria probably did not phone them up and tell them, you know what I mean?
Probably not.
But I'm saying, like,
Penny was there, right?
Neo has shown these things to other people before, but, like, RWBY has never really thought about it.
I guess not.
She does say, whatever you wanted, I hope it was worth it. But that's the thing. Whatever you wanted? Like, she doesn't even fucking know. Whatever you wanted? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's as if RWBY saying that proves that she has no clue. Doesn't it?
But, like, maybe whatever you wanted was like in regards to the paper pleasers and trying to build...
No. This was in Volume 8.
Oh, never mind.
RWBY says, like, whatever you wanted, I hope it was worth it. Right?
Okay.
So I think that's so interesting because, like, that proves that RWBY has no fucking clue. Like, she has no idea. She's like, whatever you wanted. You know, I have no clue why you're here. And, like, but Jaune has figured it out. So, sort of. It kind of sounds like he does. right? Because
I mean, also Neo pointing at presumably maybe Ruby.
But Jaune didn't
probably.
see that, I don't think. Jaune's like, he was
Maybe
he was doing
did,
other stuff, but yeah. Neo,
He was
you took
also in the
everything
fight
from me.
scene,
Ruby,
fair.
I don't even know who you are.
There, he could have seen it.
But, like, I don't know, like, I don't think, you know what I
I
mean?
mean, that maybe, that probably wasn't the only thing he considered, but, you know,
Yeah.
it was there. But as you were saying?
But yeah, and so I think that that's super I mean, like, Jaune doesn't need to interact with Roman to know who Roman is, though. Roman was famous. Like, he was on television. So I don't think Jaune needs to know who Roman is. He can just see, oh, that Neo girl is wearing Roman Torchwick's signature hat, like, you know, and, like, all the other stuff, all the other reasons. Like, it's not that difficult, especially if Ruby was like, yeah, I went to fight Torchwick and he was eaten by a griffin. Oh, Neo's coming after you? Like, I'm sure Jaune could be like, oh, the reason why Neo's coming after you is because she thinks that you're responsible for Roman's death, you dipshit. But anyway, I'm not saying that towards Ruby. I'm saying that that's how Jaune thinks. Oh, and let's not forget the reason why we're in the Ever After in the first place. It's because of your plan that didn't work. What about you? It's all about you. And I think that that's, like, very interesting from Jaune's perspective, because, like, Ruby is really the main character, in a sense.
Yeah, and he's also suffered a lot more from that mistake than the rest of Team RWBY. When you think about it, so it makes sense that he would be angry. Immediately after, though, he does say, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah.
So he at least acknowledges that was uncouth.
Ruby's cry face, though, is great here.
Yeah.
Like, it's so
great.
It's so hurt, but also angry at the same time, which I thought they did a good job of. But, like, yeah, like, I think that, like, Jaune is right, but he's wrong. Like, he's wrong for this, because the problem is that Jaune...
You're just yelling at each other and nothing, like, productive is happening.
Just that, but,
you're getting your emotions out in a kind of angry way.
It's not just that, though, Hunter. It's that Jaune hasn't seen Jaune hasn't seen the RWBY stuff in terms of, like, Team RWBY not comforting her. Like, you know what I mean? And so, like, even though from Jaune's perspective, this makes a lot of sense, the thing that Jaune is missing is, like, he probably thinks that Team RWBY has comforted her already. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so I think that that's the thing with Jaune, is that he probably thinks, you have your teammates here to comfort you, I've been all alone, right? And so I think that that's where Jaune, like, in RWBY, you know what I mean? Like, he's right, but he's wrong in the sense, he's out of line, but he's not wrong. Like, he's right, but he's wrong in the sense of, like, that he thinks that RWBY's had her teammates, and so that she should be fine, but she has
felt emotionally isolated.
Yeah. And so, like, Jaune thinks that RWBY, oh, well, you have your teammates. I've literally been all alone. But that's just what he thinks. He hasn't seen what Team RWBY hasn't done, if that makes sense. So I think that that's interesting. I think that that's an interesting nuance to, like, Jaune hasn't seen them the entire time. He just saw them, right? And so Jaune said, the voice acting ate here, by the way. Like, this was crazy.
Yeah, like Lindsay Jones and Miles Luna did an amazing job with them.
Like, when Jaune says he's been alone in his voice cracks, like, that was crazy. Here on that, like, I'm sorry. I know I'm not okay. I'm not right, but what am I supposed to be? I've been alone for so long, and I'm like, yeah, like, Jaune's definitely right. You know? I think that they're, like, Jaune is definitely right about that. He's literally been alone, and I think that's where the difference comes in. He thinks that he's, like, I don't know, like, he thinks that RWBY's had her teammates, so she should be fine, whereas he has been alone, and that's why he's not fine.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then, yeah, he waited for years hoping that Team RWBY would come and everything would be all right. And, like, I think that's the other thing, too. He's kind of shaken by the fact that it's not. Like, that he built up the expectation of what would happen when RWBY got here.
Everything would be okay when Team RWBY showed up, and that's not been the case.
Yeah. And he says, here on that bridge, I was the only one that could do it. I was the only one, and now I have to live with that forever in here or back home. And I think that that's such an interesting line, too, because it's like, it doesn't even matter, like, where Jaune is. really. You know,
Oh,
like
man.
it doesn't even
Okay.
matter where he is because,
No, sorry.
But yeah, it doesn't even matter where Jaune is because he's suffering anyway. And I love the bridge being taken by the water as like a metaphor. Ooh. You know?
Oh. Oh, yeah. I'm drowning too.
But yeah, and Blake is like, guys, I know things are bad. And like RWBY saying, shut up, just don't do that. I thought that was so crazy. And I think it makes sense though, because RWBY, like, in a way,
I should have put let RWBY say fuck instead of White say fuck in the
it's interesting.
bingo card, because I think that might have counted a little. Feel a little sassy.
I just think it's interesting because, like, Blake being positive is what Blake wants out of life, I guess, right? But like, RWBY is seeing Blake being positive as invalidation. Like, I know things are bad, but you should feel better, right?
Yeah.
I know things are bad, but don't be sad,
But
right?
also, she's not wrong.
Yeah, like, that was crazy, but
It's
like,
not
RWBY's
helpful,
also
but she's
not
not
wrong because, like,
Or Blake isn't wrong either.
well, no, neither of them are wrong because that's what Blake wants. Like, that's what Blake wants, and so it makes sense that Blake wants to be optimistic. But for RWBY, it makes sense that she doesn't want that because sometimes, like, I know things are bad, but just keep your chin up and, you know, pull yourself up from your bootstraps. Like, it's not helpful. Sometimes you want someone to be like, yeah, man, this shit is fucked. Right? Like, you want someone to agree with you and, like, validate you. You know? But yeah, I think I think that line was very interesting for RWBY to reject the positivity and for, like, her hair to hide her eyes again.
Oh, that crying thing. Oh, and then little sad too.
What's interesting though is RWBY
Does
does
she-
pick
does
up
she
her
grab-
weapon.
She does pick up her weapon. Okay.
Because I was like, RWBY alone without her weapon, like, but she does pick them up. So I think that that's interesting. What is this? I guess that's Jaune's broken house.
Yes, that was John's house that's like crushed and on fire.
Yeah, and so I love how Jaune immediately goes to the rabbit though as they watch the paper town sinking. But yeah, that's kind of where everything ends. And so at the end of the day, like, I don't think that anyone is like wrong, if that makes sense. Like, I think that they're all wrong with how they went about it, but it's not like that's a flaw of being human, not a flaw in the writing. Like, the writing is trying to showcase human flaw. Not that I don't think it's poorly written. I think it's very accurately written. It's just funny to see people's reactions though, because I feel like people are misinterpreting this in like the worst way possible.
Yeah.
You know what
a
I
little
mean?
bit, I suspect.
Like, I think that RWBY snapping was like, it made sense. I don't want to say it was deserved, but like, RWBY needed to tell that to her teammates, or else they would have never seen her any differently. Like, it needed to happen. You know what I mean? And I feel like Jaune snapping at RWBY, to an extent, also needed to happen. Like, to a certain extent. Especially, it's more so the because Neo hates you thing that I think will eventually come back to the future, right? But yeah. And then
Very good episode.
I thought it was good too. I thought it was
Exceedingly
really
good episode, especially with how good the last one was. And how now I think that episode's gonna be fairly iconic. But yeah, no, this season has just like not missed at all. It's brilliant. I really loved it.
Except for Neo.
And this episode, oh my god, let's talk about Neo for another hour, please. I didn't think we got through that yet.
No. But I'm just saying, yeah, I agree. And the choreography was good. I love how, like, I love everything.
I love John's angst and his feeling
I
of
love
like
John's psychosis.
Yeah, I know, but it's just that feeling of, and I think it represents it in this very abstract way, that you couldn't get it unless you, in the same way that I think the Bumblebee confession was great, because, like, metaphorically, you know, Blake and Yang were on two sides of a bridge and needed to meet in the middle.
Yeah.
And you can only really make that through the kind of magical realism that you find in the Ever After. Similarly, this whole notion that Yang is so Jaune is so traumatized this is why we can't go this late, because my brain stops working. He's so traumatized, and he needs to find a way to comfort himself. So he creates this fake world where he's in control.
Yeah.
And then the second that control falters, all the reason for his need to create that control, it gets revealed how insecure he is, how traumatized he is, how difficult it is for him to live with what he had to do and who he's lost.
Like, there's really no other way.
That feeling of failure,
yeah.
I think, was really poignant in the episode.
Like, there's really no other way that they could have done this in Remnant, which I think is, like, the important part.
Unless he had little dolls that he was playing with. But like, that's not, but this is a much better version of that. Because you kind of take it seriously.
Yeah. In terms of what's going to happen going forward, though.
I think we already discussed that a fair deal about what you suspect will happen with Neo.
Anyway, Neo episode, Punderstorm, question mark?
Or that, I think the hallucinogenics has been like more, like whether it's the leaves or in the tea or something like that.
Yeah.
I do think that RWBY's going to stumble in and find her in some capacity.
I agree. So I think if I had to make a plan...
Alice, because she's the Mad Hatter, and Alice just stumbles upon her in her like table, like in the actual Alice in Wonderland, just in the woods in a table. So that would make sense if we're basing it off of Alice in Wonderland again.
For the next couple
and you
episodes,
always have a plan.
I would say next episode is all Neo. Like, not even like RWBY bumps into Neo.
Okay, but like when that doesn't happen, just like Jaune isn't the butterfly, can you promise not to have too much of a breakdown?
Next episode is all Neo. The entire episode is Neo.
That was not an answer.
Everything is Neo, okay?
That's not an answer to my concern, and it's left me to be more concerned.
Possibly, maybe the Punderstorm.
Well, I have to call your mother because you will cry.
Maybe the Punderstorm happens at the end. But, like, it's Neo and what she's been doing without the Punderstorm. And so it's mostly...
I have to, like, call Children's Helpline.
It's just mostly...
Be like, my friend...
Mostly Neo, and then RWBY comes in at the end. Then episode 9 is half RWBY, Neo, Punderstorm, and fight scene and whatever. And then... And
we're just ignoring the rest of Team RWBY and all of the Alex stuff.
The other half of Team RWBY comes in for the other half of the episode. Okay?
Sure.
And then episode 10 is wrapping this shit up, I guess. Trademark. Wrapping this shit
Alex
up.
Revelation.
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
But next episode is gonna be all Neo.
Okay.
It has to be.
I don't think it's gonna be all Neo. I think there'll be considerable amount of Neo, but I don't think it'll be all.
It needs to be like 95% Neo, and then RWBY stumbles in on Neo at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or like...
What happened to your 7.5 minutes?
Huh?
What happened to your 7.5 minutes?
No, it's in there. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like the whole... That's Roman Holiday.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that the whole episode will be Neo related. It just won't all be Roman Holiday. You know what I mean?
I see. I gotcha.
It'll be like what Neo is doing and like what she's been up to, and then a little Roman Holiday. And like also, I feel like that the cat has sided with Neo, by the way. Like I feel like we haven't talked about that much as a society.
No, you haven't.
That the cat has found Neo and is helping her.
I mean, I don't think he would. I don't think the cat would side. I think they're kind of neutral. They would do.
But you understand what I mean.
Neo, what they do with everyone else.
But like,
yeah,
he
I know.
Was kind of
the cat
pissed,
might be there.
The cat was like, "You tricked me, just like Alex tricked me." So like, the cat could be a little vengeful. We can make the cat vengeful, right?
A cat can have a little vengeance as a treat.
But yeah, like. RWBY needs to reflect. RWBY and Jaune need to reflect on RWBY before we get to Neo stuff. No, they don't. They don't need to. They don't.
I mean, I feel like you are the only one that wants this to be the Neo show, and if they only catered to your feelings,
but
you'd
like
kind
Hunter,
of like lose.
It's been 8 episodes. They don't
I'm
need
saying
to do
that. I'm not saying that like it can't, like she shouldn't be prominent in it. I think she should be, but like I don't think we should sideline all the other.
But I don't
characters.
think
Like
it's
you can have
sidelining.
Neo.
I don't think
Okay.
it's sidelining if we keep moving forward. You know what I'm saying?
Anyways, fair enough, I guess.
Like, if it moves stuff forward and they get caught in the punderstorm. Like, Neo with a dash of Ruby. But I don't expect to see Jaune, Blake, Weiss, and Yang next episode, actually. I don't think we're gonna see them. I only expect that we're gonna see Neo and then maybe Ruby.
Okay.
In some combination of order. All Neo all the time, baby. Alright.
All Neo all the time.
I think we can leave now. Because I have no more water. And I could talk more, but I have no water, so.
Oh my goodness. What else, hypothetically, what else would you talk about?
What do you mean?
Like, if you had water, what else could you talk about? Because I feel like
I would
we've
just
run
plan
this
out
one.
the episode again.
Oh man.
Like, I
okay.
write the episode. But yeah, you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. It's not going to be a Summer Rose episode. It's not.
Oh, I hope Summer Rose does show up, and I hope we
It's
get
not
more
going to be a
about
Ruby episode. It's not going to be it's a Neo episode, baby.
Because
You
I
have
feel
to
like
believe.
Neo and them could both have their little hallucinations, you know?
Yeah. But like, you got to believe, guys.
Anyways, I hope we can leave because I'm very hungry and my brain stopped working a while ago.
Okay, I guess we'll go now. Bye, Hunter.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye, everyone. I'm doing the thing I normally do when everyone's there.
Hopefully, I don't know what we have to do, like, in terms of side videos this week, but hopefully we'll...
Well, earlier you said that, like, we're not changing up anything.
Yeah.
Other than, I guess, the Bumblebee merch is coming out?
Yeah, that's true. We'll think of something. Anyway. I mean, like, if by Friday or, like, Thursday you keep testing negative, Hunter, I think
That
that
should be fine,
you should
yeah.
be fine to come over.
Because then my dad will have been past the most, like, whatever.
Yeah. So, like, as long as you...
And I'm still negative now.
Like,
so.
not tomorrow and not the next day. Like, if you're good by Thursday, I think we can see each other again based off of the math. But yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right, bye.